I saw a banner celebrating the 25th anniversary of the founding. Staring at it, my eyes widened as if I had returned to college entrance exam days. Looking closer, I realized this was in Chung No. 1 school, class 12-7 in Xiaguo, shocking me. I grabbed my head and screamed, upset that my rebirth dragged me back to high school instead of university. It all began when the world was suddenly invaded by countless abnormal realms and strange creatures. Humans created beast gene systems to resist, but they quickly went out of control. Society then shifted to valuing the strong, where power was tied to personal strength. In this context, I transmigrated into a high school boy preparing to become a martial warrior, inheriting his memories. I muttered vaguely, trying to piece together information about this student. Before I recovered, classmates mocked me for foolishly dreaming about exams. The crowd didn't defend me but joined in hurling harsh insults. Shaking with anger, I thought how protagonists are often crushed by hateful side characters. Recalling memories, I realized this boy was once talented, but after losing his parents he declined and was despised. Just as I tried to explain, others shouted me down. In fact, his death came from bullying until his heart failed. At that moment, the teacher arrived, announcing the class would be injected with gene activation medicine. He even mocked me and a few truants, treating it as public criticism. I thought bitterly that it wasn't me being lazy, but this body's reputation. Yet I was humiliated. Thinking that, I laughed and swore to clean up all the remaining troubles. Soon after, the class went for injections, boys excitedly guessing how their genes would awaken. At that moment, various testing tools and vials of medicine were brought in. The teacher introduced the special solution for awakening genes, made from many past warriors, and told us to prepare. He added that strong bodies would succeed more easily and urged calm control after injection. Then he called each student up for the shot. First testing it on a mouse, I saw some people writhing in pain and turning pale after injection, which made me uneasy. I recalled the saying, "No risk, no reward," and rushed up to inject myself without hesitation. As the medicine entered, my eyes shone brightly and my mind lit up. The teacher grew suspicious, thinking I was ordinary, and asked if I had taken the wrong high-grade medicine. Dong Dong seized the chance to mock me in front of everyone. She stepped closer, taunting that I was unworthy to be a martial warrior, leaving me fuming silently. Just as I was about to retort, a strange energy surged through my body. The system suddenly notified me that I possessed the infinite beast prototype, with special physique and starting skills. Dong Dong saw me standing still and thought I was pretending, while I sternly told the class to back off. I warned them one last time that if they didn't move, it would be too late. Power burst out, and I flung Dong Dong away from danger. The scene stunned the whole class. Hard to believe their eyes. Even Qingju froze, her eyes filled with fear. Another student whispered in disbelief, shocked someone surpassed them. The system reported I had fused with an A-rank Godzilla prototype, wielding terrifying atomic power at only 3%, which thrilled and alarmed me. The students were knocked down by the pressure, amazed at my sudden might. Even Dong Dong, with her level 2 fire lizard god gene, was swept away, and all wondered what fearsome beast I had awakened. I awkwardly apologized, reminding them I had warned beforehand. At that moment, the group slumped down, and the loudspeaker announced grade 12 students had finished injections and should head to the stadium for testing. The classroom door opened as machines for gene and combat power testing started up. The first was Li Tan Yuan, who awakened level 3 insect wind legs, rising from ordinary to the top ranks. Next was Chu Zhou, already top of the grade, who activated level 3 Ice Demon Snow Dragon Head, reaching warrior level 9, making everyone believe he'd be the champion. Then came Qingju, awakening the level 4 Nether Crow bloodline, a rare beast able to devastate half a city, comparable to grandmasters. I watched these results in confusion, wondering why they were level 3 or 4 while I had an A-rank prototype. Lost in thought, I was startled when the speaker called my name. Those who mocked me quickly changed to praise, while I forced a smile, Realizing this society only worships strength, I walked straight into the testing area without hesitation. Outside, students whispered about the aura I released, while Chuzhou grew interested after hearing I was Yi Hei. But the machine showed strange results. Only warrior level 3, with no bloodline detected. Immediately, many mocked me, calling me worthless trash. I walked out calmly, reminding myself that Godzilla couldn't be measured by ordinary devices. I recalled the system's notice that the infinite prototype would expand through missions or accumulated fame. The corner of my mouth curled into a smile full of hidden intent. Inwardly, I shouted that sooner or later I would command beasts, since I could obtain infinite prototypes. The next morning at dawn, I dragged myself to Ancheng School's gate, ready for new trials. The teacher sipped tea, scolding me like a delinquent for long absences and doubting my studies. I firmly replied that following the class pace would only make me fall behind, and I needed rapid training. He frowned, insisting only the college exam could change fate, and with my poor grades I'd never succeed. I nearly cried, eyes red, trembling as I begged, claiming I had awakened a powerful bloodline and could succeed with proper training. Seeing me sobbing, the teacher softened, allowing leave but warned if I failed, I must repeat a year. I left the school, passing Ancheng Martial Warrior Center, my mind racing with plans. I calculated that selling the house gave 600,000 N, plus accident compensation over $1 million, enough to boost strength, only to choose between raising martial level or Godzilla compatibility. Recalling system data, I grew annoyed that the Godzilla prototype had 3 compatibility points, but only 1 was real, the other 2 absurd. Then I realized it was the gene awakening medicine that opened 2 extra sub-compatibility points. This discovery excited me, thinking I didn't need harsh training, just money to buy medicine to raise combat power. Without delay, I rushed to the student card scanner to enter the secret training area. After scanning, the scene before me widened my eyes in shock. I quietly observed, realizing everyone there were masters with awakened bloodlines. Through Godzilla's link, I sensed their life force, surging blood, and even hidden roars within. My face began distorting into a G shape, fighting intent burning, but I restrained it since I was too weak to reveal Godzilla's might yet. As I was lost in thought, a hand suddenly patted my shoulder. Turning, I saw a pretty girl smiling, reminding me not to stare at others like that. I quickly apologized, complaining I had just awakened so couldn't control well, then asked where to buy medicine. She asked if it was urgent, leaving me stunned. She explained the medicine was costly and prone to resistance, requiring careful planning. She analyzed that it should be used only after breaking a bottleneck for best results, and even the basic type cost 400 coins. Hearing that, I pouted, lamenting the high price, saying even selling everything wouldn't afford a few vials. I glanced around and whispered if she knew anyone to lower the price. She thought for a moment, then pulled out a business card, saying a referral would get me a small discount. Overjoyed, I thanked her repeatedly. She smiled gently, saying we'd meet again if fated. After a few steps, my head ached, thinking of the massive cost. With trembling hands, I recklessly spent over $1 million on medicine, then crazily bought weapons and supplies like a shopping addict. That night, I sat cross-legged in my room, feeling the energy surge from the medicine. The system reported new stats. Godzilla compatibility rose from 3% to 7%. Physique jumped from 8 to 15, and I officially reached Warrior Level 7. Exhausted like climbing a mountain, I still shouted with excitement, savoring the breakthrough. Though medicine would weaken, a few minutes beating 3 years of training was worth it. Looking at myself, I felt confident even the top scholar might not compare. If I lost to geniuses, it'd be shameful, then yelled, "Start! Enter the secret realm." I recalled that secret realms were ranked S to E. The higher the rank, the deadlier. At S rank, beasts could destroy an entire city if they escaped into reality. Soon after, I headed to E-rank secret realm number 3 in Ancheng, where the air was calm since it had been cleared before. At the reception desk, I submitted my entry ticket and was asked to sign a life-or-death waiver. Staring at the realm crack ahead, I told myself I had finally reached the goal. My eyes blazed, fixed on the rift, knowing this was the first step toward beast dominion. Without hesitation, I shouted loudly, "I'm coming!" I dove into the rift without a moment's pause. Seconds later, I landed safely, body unharmed. Looking up, I froze at the sight of strange stars like Shanglan, Anwei, and Tai Jin, a view beyond any book I'd read. Walking forward, I whispered that even the blue sky appeared vividly before me. Suddenly behind me came a roar as a level 1 saber-toothed rabbit lunged. It screeched and shot forward like lightning. I grabbed it easily, smirking at how I couldn't have missed it. With Godzilla's life sense, I quickly killed it. I picked up a white core, worth 1,000 coins, more than a week's wages in minutes. Holding the core, I muttered that level 1 wasn't worth it. I needed stronger prey. Just then, a level 2 corpse worm crawled out of the ground. I drew my blade, thrilled, saying it came just as I wished, a true Cao moment. That day, in realm number 3, I officially began my first real battle. Without fear, I charged straight at the monster. Using knowledge from the Beast Codex, I remembered its weak point was the belly, but it wasn't easy to kill, instantly curling up to try to suck me in. I clasped my hands and shouted, unleashing a martial strike. A powerful beam of light slammed directly into its body without mercy. Even hit, the monster countered by firing its sharp fangs. Panicked, and I hadn't expected it to have such a move. The 2 fangs grazed past, ripping apart the expensive shirt I had just bought. Seeing the shredded shirt, my blood boiled as I roared, asking if it knew how much it cost. I bitterly admitted that with my current strength, I couldn't handle level 2 without unleashing full potential. Since this body was lazy, I had to roar loudly, summoning the Godzilla bloodline. Instantly, Godzilla Luoxian appeared, roaring skyward, my arms slowly mutating. I gave the monster no chance to strike back, finishing it quickly before leaving without looking back. After the fight, my physique soared to 21, enough to solo level 2. But to use transformation, I had to vent heat like a jet about to burn out. Looking down, my new blade was corroded by the monster's poison. Wasting 250,000 coins, a defective product I should sue for. Before I could rejoice, my stomach growled loudly, as I had forgotten rations. At that moment, a strange, alluring fragrance reached my nose. Looking around, I found the scent came from the corpse worm's core still on the ground. Without much thought, I recklessly decided to swallow it to see the taste. I didn't hesitate, and gulped the core down. In an instant, it merged with the system, raising Godzilla sync to 7.3%. I was both shocked and excited, realizing swallowing cores boosted the bond. Calculating quickly, a green core gave 0.3%, equal to rare, expensive medicine. Recalling the white core I had sold earlier, I regretted deeply. I told myself grudges could wait. Tonight I would hunt non-stop. Activating magnetic sensing like a radar, after a night of fighting I reached 9% sync and physique 158 by morning. White cores no longer worked, so I sold them, totaling 20 white and 4 green. The receptionist widened her eyes, stunned a student could hunt that much. Indifferent, I traded 5 white for 1 green, pocketing a neat 200,000. A few days later, with only 9 days before the college exam, I headed straight to Secret Realm number 4. There I met a group of warriors discussing plans to find Blood Jade, missing 1 member due to injury. Lin He, the leader, said they had asked a broker to find a level 2 warrior replacement. When he questioned me, I claimed to be level 9 and revealed fake documents I bought for 100,000. He looked uneasy, but I stayed calm, saying as long as I had the entry ticket it was fine. In the end, they agreed to let me join, and I felt cautious but reassured by the upright captain. The whole team shouted in unison their resolve to obtain the Blood Jade. We boarded the vehicle, crossing the barren desert toward the oasis guarded by a level 2 beast. Sitting in the back, I thought how these secret realms, from rain to desert, felt like gateways to other worlds. Suddenly, Hu Day warned that a pack of earth rats was following. Lin He immediately ordered Hu De to act, and he replied crisply. In moments, Hu De hurled throwing knives that shot out like powered engines. The rats, ambushed, screamed as if being flayed alive. The knives exploded on impact, reducing the monsters to ashes. Hu De coldly declared it done, while I admired his explosive weapons and superb speed. The group pressed on and stopped at the rendezvous point to prepare for battle. The atmosphere burned with fighting spirit, like a village awaiting a grand festival. I wondered why we didn't rush in, and they explained the noisy vehicle would enrage and draw beasts. The team divided tasks: decoys, trappers, ranged support, while Lin He faced the beast head-on. My role was only to watch from outside, which I accepted easily. Suddenly, a blinding light tore through the sky like a signal flare. It turned out to be a pheromone bomb, tricking the beast into thinking its territory was invaded. As expected, a massive level 2 earth dragon emerged from underground. Elsewhere, I glimpsed a dagger deeply embedded in the ground. A strange hand suddenly reached out and picked up the dagger. It was a bald man with fierce eyes, licking the blade like in a horror scene. The scene shifted, showing countless massive planets clustered like a cosmic feast. Without hesitation, Lin He struck a fatal blow, instantly felling the earth dragon. Xiao Xia and Xiao Wu rejoiced, thinking everything was over. Lin He also thought it was safe and ordered the group to collect the blood jade. But suddenly, the earth dragon's huge arm shot up, stunning everyone. At that moment, a figure leapt up from underground. I rushed in, struck it with several moves, then delivered a final punch to finish it. Lin He was shocked that I, a mere martial disciple, could slay a level 2 beast, while Xiao Xia looked at me like an alien. The group surrounded me with cheers, praising my perfect Lan Shan fist. I only smiled, while Lin He solemnly declared me a teammate. Soon after, we found the rare treasure, the blood jade blossom. Xiao Wu pointed at the glowing core in the earth dragon's body. Xiao Xia thrilled over the red flower, while to me it looked like a giant cherry tomato. Lin He lifted the flower, eyes shining as if embracing a hard-won treasure. But before he could enjoy it, a sudden stab to his side shocked everyone. The group panicked, screaming in disbelief at what just happened. Bloodied, Lin He spun around and roared at his attacker, "Hu De, what the hell are you doing?" Immediately another man stepped out, Huo Bang, his icy voice admitting it was all for money. The atmosphere froze in extreme tension as everyone cried his name. Finding it strange, I quietly asked Xiao Wu, who explained he was a notorious scavenger in secret realms, stalking prey to steal treasures. Lin He collapsed weakly, gasping that the blade was poisoned and demanding how Hu De betrayed them. I instantly realized he had secretly embedded throwing knives to mark our position for the traitor. Exposed, he only grinned wickedly, mocking me for daring to enter here before finishing my exams. I retorted arrogantly that the top scholar seat was still waiting for me. Enraged, yet he snatched the dagger and lunged at me. I blocked calmly and rebuked him as the real delusional one. Power surged within me. It was time to sweep away the trash. Huo Bang gave a loud command, pointing at me and demanding my head. Hu De instantly obeyed like a dog, nodding submissively. I showed no fear, letting out a low roar that dominated the whole area. Someone shouted a warning, calling my name Tesla. Not seeing Hu De, I sensed killing intent descending from above. At that very moment, I chose to unleash a newly learned skill. With a single strike, Hu De's body was torn wide open. Lin He stood frozen, unable to believe a martial disciple killed an enemy in an instant. I remained motionless, cold as if returning from a casual stroll. Huo Bang began wavering, lowering his tone to probe my identity. I sneered and claimed to be from the Godzilla clan, demanding he kneel if he wanted to live. He roared angrily, declaring that realm differences could not be surpassed. Then he transformed into a massive bear covered in bristling fur. He charged forward like a runaway bulldozer. I calmly yielded first, then countered with a strike that made him howl and clutch his leg. Pain only fueled his fury, making his attacks more ferocious. Despite his huge frame, he leapt lightly like a hunting bird. I sighed in boredom, noting that against a level 2, normal strikes were useless. A single sweep of his arm shook the ground like an earthquake. I swiftly circled behind him, roaring that it was my turn to strike. My hands transformed, bursting into brilliant blue flames. I poured all my strength, unleashing a storm of punches like a raging gale on him. Finally, Huobang collapsed heavily like a tree cut at its root. I had won completely. Gasps of awe erupted, everyone's eyes fixed on me in shock. Yet he still writhed on the ground, cursing me as cruel and claiming heaven would punish me. I looked down coldly, saying he was no different from those who once cursed me not worth caring about. At the same time, in Ancheng Stadium, the Grand Selection Tournament opened, the MC cheering while commentators explained the 3-day knockout format. The big screen showed the preliminary bracket. Each contestant had 3 matches, victories bringing them closer to top scholar. The commentator shouted loudly, rousing humanity's spirit, and declared the exam underway. Arena number 1 opened with tension thick like thunder about to strike. Arena number 4 also blazed with an equally fierce fight. Arena number 6 was opposite. Only one contestant waited, while I was still absent, making the MC awkward. On the list, Wang Dongdong and I were both from Ancheng number 1, but only she was present. Rules were clear: absence meant forfeiting. Dongdong stood ready, scowling, thinking I was too cowardly to show up. The crowd buzzed, saying training was useless if I didn't dare step on stage. The referee prepared to blow the whistle, ready to declare my loss by default. At that moment, an unusual aura descended from above, drawing every gaze. The entire stadium looked up, puzzled who the figure was. I landed on the arena with a sky-shaking entrance, like a natural disaster falling from above. As my feet touched the ground, surging momentum spread, suffocating the audience. Dongdong sneered, thinking I was just showing off to get attention. But before she could mock, she nearly took a full sweep from me, her face turning pale. My kick hurled her several meters away, rolling before collapsing flat on the floor. I squinted and muttered that I almost missed this year's exam. With Dongdong unconscious, the referee immediately declared my victory, while I stood dazed at the swift result. The stands erupted in cheers, thrilled by the one-strike finish. The stats updated: Physique 255, Godzilla compatibility 20%. I smirked, knowing the delay was from absorbing the blood jade blossom Lin he gave me. The next 2 matches passed swiftly like the wind. In the second fight against Long Tao, I still defeated him easily. In the third match against Long Dao, I won lightly without much effort. The crowd's eyes turned to me in amazement, shocked that I ended every fight with a single kick. With 3 straight wins, I advanced smoothly without a scratch. While resting in the waiting room, a stranger approached, inviting me to join West Mountain University. Before I could respond, many other schools swarmed in, public, private, even community ones, all loudly offering scholarships and friendship. I froze for a few seconds, unsure whether to laugh or cry at the scene. Then I stood tall and firmly declared my goal was Huadu University. At the name, they mocked me as delusional. I understood, since Huadu was the nation's top school and ranked in the world's top 5. I only smirked, knowing once I became top scholar they wouldn't dare speak again. Just as I was excited, the organizers suddenly summoned me to recheck my martial rank. The result showed martial disciple level 9. I calmly said that half a month ago I was only level 3. They doubted how I rose so fast and kept entering secret realms. I played the tragic role, eyes moist, saying my father taught me to surpass humanity. I must stop living as ordinary, so I trained relentlessly. The room fell silent in shock, exclaiming, I had broken the genetic seal? 2 examiners rushed off to report to superiors, while I felt both pleased and tense, expecting special surveillance. In my free time, I turned on the TV to watch other matches, even seeing interviews with contestants' families, full of warm blessings. I raised my brows, surprised there were even family interviews. Looking back at the empty room, I felt lonely and exhausted, but I didn't know someone at home was still watching me through the screen, silently cheering me on. I clenched my fists, burning with determination as I strode onto the arena, ready to give my all. This time, the opponent was La Xuan, a standout from school number 3, martial disciple level 8, awakened with beast bloodline, and with parents who were masters. I didn't strike first, deliberately letting him attack. He growled, asking if I knew who he was. I answered indifferently that knowing or not made no difference. He snapped in rage, roaring he would win, then swung a fierce punch. Charging in, he mocked that I might just die on the spot. His claws nearly grazed my face, but I simply raised a hand, caught him like grabbing a bun, and mocked him. He screamed in pain, unable to break free from my grip. I lifted my hand, ready to strike back, and with a single move, La Xuan collapsed instantly. I smirked calmly, unscathed, as the result was announced. I, representing school number 1, had won again. La Xuan lay motionless, the crowd buzzing that he was defeated in just one blow. I glanced around proudly, certain I had left all other opponents behind. The audience roared in waves, convinced I would reach the final round. Medics quickly carried La Xuan off the stage. As I passed, Chu Zhou loudly declared he would eliminate me in the final match. In the exam monitoring room, the commander ordered technicians to gather all my data within half an hour. In another area, the next match was about to start, and the audience eagerly awaited the duel of 2 female prodigies. Ta Xiaolin faced her opponent, showing disdain for the other's indifference. On the right stood Liu Qingju, the star of my school. Below, the crowd buzzed with excitement and chatter. The referee blew the whistle to start the battle. Without delay, Ta Xiaolin launched the first attack, charging while mocking her opponent. Qingju remained calm, unleashing her most powerful technique. That strike nearly hit its mark, but Xiaolin twisted skillfully to dodge. She immediately countered, loudly challenging Qingju to fight seriously. Upon contact, Xiaolin was shocked as a mysterious force gripped her hand tightly. She realized she was caught in her opponent's vortex, her arm completely restrained. Qingju seized the moment, pouring her strength into a finishing move. The commentator shouted in excitement, recognizing the rare technique Morning Xuan Phoenix. Pressed hard, Xiaolin summoned a golden shadow tiger, a beast spirit full of killing aura. The whole stadium froze, learning she bore a royal level 3 bloodline, extremely rare and difficult to control. She provoked Qingju to reveal her Nether Sparrow bloodline for a fair fight. But Qingju calmly refused, saying the outcome was already clear. Feeling insulted, Ta Xiaolin erupted in fury, screaming and unleashing stronger moves. Yet Qingju remained composed, repeatedly shielding and evading the blows. Impatient, Ta Xiaolin poured everything into her ultimate technique. This time Qingju didn't dodge but chose direct confrontation. Both unleashed decisive strikes, clashing head-on. The collision of power caused a violent shockwave. The vortex wind from the clash sent the audience into a frenzy. Smoke and dust filled the arena as the commentator held his breath for the result. A figure of Xiaolin appeared amid the haze, but her shaken expression unsettled the entire hall. When the smoke cleared, everyone was stunned. Qingju still stood firm, while Xiaolin had collapsed. The stands erupted, chanting Qingju as the future goddess, heir of the level 4 Nether Sparrow, and new top scholar. My school's captain officially advanced to the next round. At the quarterfinal draw ceremony, it was my turn to step up and pick a ball. The ball opened, revealing the letter A. At the same time, a contestant named Qing Guan also drew A, introducing himself from Si Qing Feng. I only stated my name and exam number. He pointed at the screen streaming the match of Lei Tu versus Chu Zhou. He said Luo Qi reviewed the last round with great effort, and Chu Zhou was also tough. I was surprised to hear the familiar name. Qing Guan was shocked at my ignorance, confirmed she was my schoolmate. Then the result was announced. Chu Zhou won. The rival school's principal turned purple with anger after losing another match. I curiously asked how Luo Qi's strength compared to his own. He admitted openly that even with 2 more opponents he couldn't be defeated. as he was the martial Dao president of Qing Feng's 12th grade. But then he looked at me differently, admitting I was the one who truly worried him. In his eyes, I was like a dormant volcano, hiding immeasurable power ready to erupt any time. Nevertheless, Qingguan cheerfully invited me onto the stage. The stands erupted with cheers as we took positions for the fiery quarterfinal. The host introduced this as a clash between the two top contenders of the qualifiers. A tense atmosphere filled the arena, with loud cheers everywhere. The fight began with dazzling light, both rushing in, evenly matched in every move. The collision was so fierce that spectators had to dodge the shockwaves. While exchanging blows, Qingguan laughed, excited to feel the surging bloodline within me. His body glowed, revealing martial qi that formed a shield to contain his aura. I realized he was not to be underestimated. Even so, I smiled, seeing him as a worthy challenge. I declared I would show him true martial Dao. He responded with Xing Yi Quan, summoning a giant python. He pressed on without pause, launching the 6 cauldron consecutive strike. His speed was overwhelming, making it hard for me to keep up. A devastating punch struck my stomach, leaving me dizzy my first direct hit in the tournament. I spat blood, while the audience whispered about Xing Yi Quan's terrifying power. In pain, I struggled up with one hand, refusing to fall. But Qingguan didn't relent, attacking furiously as the beast behind him roared forward, intent on ending the match immediately. The arena was flooded with blinding golden light from his spirit energy. Under the relentless assault, I realized he had both natural talent and the skill to drive martial qi into my body, ravaging my organs, something no one else had done. Even more terrifying, his arms twisted like living ropes, with endlessly changing moves. Caught off guard, I was locked from behind, my whole body immobilized, meridians sealed, unable to use any technique. He gave me no chance to resist, flinging me far off the stage. Now Qingguan was like a hunting beast, body slithering forward with a giant bloodline tiger roaring behind him. Before I could hit the ground, his thunderous kick made blood spurt out instantly. Diving like a hawk, he shouted that I could never defeat him. I only had enough strength to raise my arms across my chest to block the next blow. The devastating impact shook the floor like an earthquake. As the dust settled, Qingguan stood proudly with folded arms, wearing a smug smile as if victory was certain. The host declared I was exhausted, with medics preparing to enter since that strike could fell even a veteran master. But suddenly, the dust around me stirred strangely, making the audience gasp. A foreboding hit, and Qingguan quickly turned, his face tense. From the thick black smoke surged ominous spirit power, violent as rage, forcing him to focus. Then a sharp beast claw slowly pierced through the fog. I stepped out calmly, acknowledged his strength, as the GD Mala bloodline within me awakened, forming a majestic black armor over my body. I declared he was the first to witness my true form. The commentator shouted that anyone who reached beast embodiment qualified directly for Huadu without more trials. Qingguan trembled in terror, stammering the name of my newly awakened bloodline. 6-colored aura surged wildly around me, swirling to devour all, as I advanced step by step, terrifying him with my overwhelming power. The MC announced that the judges had activated special monitoring devices for this match. An elder judge was shocked seeing my radiation level hit 99.9 to 99.99999, far beyond the allowed limit. The commentator urgently warned to block the signal with martial qi to prevent destructive energy from leaking out. The audience buzzed in fear. Unable to identify my beast, the system displayed unidentified, shocking everyone. I realized inwardly that GD Mala did not exist on Lanxing, so its data could not be recorded here. Qingguan barely stood, nose bleeding, panicked as his protective martial qi barrier began collapsing under the pressure. Cornered, he unleashed his full bloodline, summoning Jinxing Yuan, a 3rd-rank royal blood beast. He combined snake form and Xing Yi Quan, forming a strict defensive stance ready to fight. I remained indifferent, and as both of us powered up, we clashed like wild beasts. I roared, unleashing martial techniques. But this time was different. My light overwhelmed everything as Lan Shan's fist exploded. Qing Guan saw his arm torn open, blood gushing, pained and regretful for his arrogance. I calmly approached, praising his effort but reminding him the outcome was unchangeable. The two of us faced off silently, while the commentator summed up, one with third-rank royal blood, the other with power beyond measure. Qing Guan realized that once I unleashed my bloodline, the fight was out of control, so he retreated into defense. But I didn't relent, storming forward like a tempest, shouting for him to wake up. The fierce battle continued, each blow landing like a sledgehammer. My claws shone brightly, their energy cracking the very air. Qing Guan still struggled, using Xing Yi Quan with snake form to restrain me. No matter how he twisted or pulled, my body was unshakable like bronze. He was forced to switch moves, circling behind for a sneak attack. As he attempted it, he leapt high, preparing a strike from above. But mid-air he was horrified to see my giant foot already waiting above his head. I stomped thunderously, splitting the arena floor while I myself soared lightly upward. Qing Guan staggered back, landing with difficulty, eyes tense as he stared at me. I floated calmly with arms crossed, utterly composed. Landing softly, I spoke in a deep voice, declaring it was my turn to display power. Green spirit force erupted violently as I charged at him with full strength. He froze in place, eyes blank, unable to react. Suddenly he knelt before me, bowed his head, admitted defeat, and gave his name. Before I could strike, he surrendered, instantly quelling my surging momentum. I only shrugged and sighed, saying lightly, "Forget it." I exhaled the excess spirit force, still frustrated at not unleashing everything. In a moment, my body returned to normal. By rule, once the opponent surrenders, no move can follow. The MC announced my victory. The crowd went wild, the whole hall chanting my name. On social media, memes spread. Before the fight, Qing Guan was fierce. After it, he meekly bowed. Fan clubs in my name sprang up everywhere. Even the fourth secret chat group was near overload. Netizens buzzed non-stop, praising me as the top candidate for champion. They claimed Liu Qingju or Chuzhou would also retreat if facing me. In Qingfeng School's office, a fat, bald principal trembled with rage, having lost all his bets on Qing Guan. He screamed like a madman, blaming Qing Guan entirely and even threatening to deny him college if training costs weren't repaid. Qing Guan stayed silent, slowly placing a cold hand on his shoulder. He stared firmly and said if he had taken that last blow, he'd be dead, so don't push too far. Then added chillingly, "Do you think you can scare someone stronger?" Hearing that, the man turned pale, sweating, nodding repeatedly. The MC cheerfully announced the 4 semi-finalists, with my school taking 3 spots, nearly sweeping the board. In the teachers' seats, Teacher Liu fanned himself, smiling with delight as if smelling a new promotion. He couldn't hide his pride, clapping non-stop and emotionally praising me as truly overpowered. I entered the semi-final draw, calmly picked a ball, and the result showed Gia perfectly aligned as if heaven's will. A stunning girl appeared, with bright pink eyes and graceful beauty that stunned everyone. She introduced herself as Liu Qingju. The loudspeakers boomed, announcing the first semi-final. Me versus Qingju, a fiery internal clash at school number 1. The audience roared with excitement, and netizens cheered that this was the long-awaited showdown of the two monsters. Many leaned toward Qingju, recalling she once defeated Sa Shaoling using only a Xuanhuang martial technique without even invoking her 4th-rank Nether Sparrow bloodline. Others argued that though I possessed a rare unknown bloodline, my martial Dao foundation was still below Qingju's, gaining much agreement. At the semi-final arena, the atmosphere blazed, chants of both names shaking the hall. The referee loudly called my name and Qingju's, and the entire stands fell silent, all eyes locked on the stage. The MC shouted like possessed, declaring the fierce opening battle. I instantly released dark energy, my body engulfed in shadows that devoured all light. The oppressive demonic aura forced Qingju to shield her face, standing guarded but alert. I stepped from the black mist, my body wrapped in conscious-like darkness. Seeing this, Qingju sternly urged me to go all out so she could fight properly. I realized the true contest had just begun, then unleashed my aura to cover the arena, turning the audience's sight into mist. The commentator rambled on, calling me a dark horse and guessing I had awakened some exotic bloodline. Inwardly, I admitted Qingju's techniques were profound, making it hard for me to easily suppress her. She was a born martial Dao prodigy, so dragging this out would be disadvantageous. I had to seize the chance for a swift victory. Without hesitation, I launched the opening strike, my claws slashing as if to tear the air, but she calmly raised her hand to block, face unchanged. I shifted fully to offense, mixing defense with counterattacks, moves fast like machinery. Suddenly, I swept my tail straight at her. She flipped away neatly, eyes reproachful that I used my tail instead of bare hands, seeing it as foul play. I gave no answer, only roared and charged again. At the same time, I punched from afar, sealing her escape path. The crowd outside booed my disregard for rules, while Qingju braced under pressure. Someone shouted she was being suppressed, and I seized the moment to strike across her waist. I pressed close, giving her no chance to rest. A few critical blows landed, knocking her back, but she stabilized with protective chi. Anticipating it, I slashed again with a warning not to retreat. I continued to unleash claw strikes, sending sharp waves of force from a distance. She quickly realized each claw carried hidden martial chi, dangerously lethal. With lightning reflexes, she spun and dodged a killing strike at the last instant. The blast hit the rear wall, exploding and shocking the entire hall. I gave her no recovery time, closed in with power condensed in my hand, laughing arrogantly that she couldn't run. I rained down relentless kicks, their speed and might leaving the arena stunned by my endurance. I heard her mutter she had 2 royal rank secret arts, including her Liu family's ancestral guardian technique. I noticed she was channeling chi for the deadly move, Hunyuan Yu Chi. In her mind, unleashing it once could shatter the close-range pressure I created, but I didn't let up, sticking close so she had no space to maneuver. Under my constant assault, she faltered, then suddenly drew a small feather, surely her trump card. I froze briefly, instincts warning the tide was about to turn. The feather glowed, energy burst forth, and her nether sparrow bloodline awakened. Her body shot skyward like a divine bird's illusion. A massive pair of wings unfolded behind her. Both wings spread fully, revealing a majestic, awe-inspiring form. The wings' aura spread grandly, filling the arena with majesty. The crowd roared at her first public bloodline reveal. Hovering mid-air, her icy gaze warned me that in this form she could hardly restrain her power. I smiled in challenge, declaring I had only used 50% strength and was now unleashing fully. Before I finished speaking, I saw lethal aura bolts shoot from her feathers. She instantly cast the royal rank ultimate skill, Yu Chi Strike. I countered in a flash with atomic burst fist, colliding head-on. The 2 ultimate techniques collide, exploding with a sky-shaking blast that engulfs the arena in smoke. The audience screams, the power so overwhelming they dare not open their eyes. After the fierce clash, she is blown back several zhang, yet she struggles to stabilize herself, eyes wide in shock. At the same time, sparks of lightning flicker across my body, energy swelling as if about to erupt. My form looks like a wild beast ready to lunge and tear apart. From afar, the battle's atmosphere is so tense the entire hall holds its breath. She cries out, realizing the energy fluctuations are abnormal, treating it as an emergency signal. I summon the beastly true form, gathering strength for a decisive strike. Spikes extend from my back, signaling the birth of a deadly finishing move. I feel like molten lava is surging in my back, energy rising up to my throat. Then I open my mouth, unleashing a beam of starlight infused with primal power. From above, She sees only the blazing light rushing toward her like lightning. She folds her wings around herself, channeling all defense to withstand the attack. She digs deeper into her bloodline potential, desperately resisting. At the same time, she activates the auxiliary move Yu Lu, reflecting part of the strike. Thanks to this, my attack veers off course, missing its intended target. The crowd shouts in alarm as her feathers deflect my deadly move. The sight terrifies many as the rebounded energy surges toward the stands. Luckily, the protective barrier around the area blocks the danger in time. The leftover shockwaves are fully absorbed by the shield. Thus, no energy escapes outside, and the audience exhales in relief. At that moment, I see the mayor of Ancheng, Huang Jing, hovering in the sky like a descending god. He solemnly declares that with eyes open to witness, the strongest in history is about to emerge. The crowd cheers wildly, grateful for Huang Jing's calming presence keeping safety intact. Back in the arena, I see drops of Qingju's blood falling to the ground. Her wings are tattered, her whole body gravely wounded. In her mind, she wonders if even the Wu Mingkui's defense is broken in one strike. What hope remains? Amid the haze, she hears her ancestors urging her to uphold Liu family honor, mixed with her mother's gentle counsel. She quietly replies, understanding her mother's wish, but knowing she is exhausted and breathless. Looking straight at her, I notice the weariness carved deep in her eyes. At last, she realizes the gap in strength is too vast. A thought flashes. Losing to an overwhelmingly superior foe is not disgraceful. As she weakens, her stance falters as if ready to surrender, giving me a chance. Suddenly, she still charges forward, landing a strike on me that I do not evade. She freezes, confused why I didn't dodge. I bluntly ask why Qingju has lost her fighting spirit. She stiffens, eyes wide in shock, unable to speak. I firmly continue, asking if she is fighting half-heartedly. I take the Cham Nguyen title seriously, not as a game. I channel power into my fist, aura surging violently. She remains motionless, as if nailed to the ground. I don't hold back, my punch forcing her to raise her arms in defense. I shout loudly, telling her to wake up and fight for real. Unleashing a flurry of strikes, I demand, "Are you serious yet? Do you want a true battle?" She screams angrily, never before pressured like this, even on the verge of victory yet still pushed to the limit. Fury erupts as she yells not to hit a woman's face, insulting me as despicable. I laugh brightly, reminding her to fight seriously if she doesn't want to be defeated. In response, she plays her final card, sacrificing blood to cast a blood technique and summon her beast form. Her eyes turn cold and resolute, declaring she will go all the way as I wished. Her wings double in span, her body glowing as she hovers like a divine eagle ready for battle. I burst into delighted laughter. Finally, she reveals her true form, making the fight worthy. I also transform, donning the strengthening skill, Iron Chi Battle Armor. This is a fusion art with the beast Demo Luo, called Core Light Battle Technique. I soar upward, roaring, challenging her to a final clash. Without reply, she beats her wings fiercely, launching a new counterattack. From her position, the move Lai Ju Feng creates a massive tornado. The vortex pulls me in, eliminating all escape routes. But I remain calm, using explosive fist to shatter the whirlwind instantly. She seems prepared, taking a deep breath for an even greater move. Then she roars like a fierce beast, sound waves shaking the entire space. The sonic force merges with her killing strike, both sides charging at wind-tearing speed. I raise my hand to block, focusing on neutralizing the sonic assault. My lips curl in a smirk, mocking that she is not the only one with trump cards. The spikes on my back blaze, energy gathering more and more intensely. She screams back, vowing not to retreat, ready to face the old killing move. Suddenly, she abandons all defense, pouring everything into the Liu family ultimate technique. I too condense atomic breath, roaring as I dive down like a falling meteor. She channels all her bloodline power into her fingertips, refusing to be outdone. Unleashing Yu Ming blood arrows, She fires a storm of blood bolts sharp enough to slice the void. The two ultimate attacks are released at once, exploding and engulfing the surrounding space. Their power far surpasses what any ordinary martial artist could withstand. Realizing the danger, Huang Jing is forced to intervene with puppet technique. He raises a dense electric circuit wall to block between the two attacks. But within a blink, the barrier tears apart, and the deadly moves keep clashing. The martial hall falls silent as the audience screams, unable to believe the power pierced the mayor's skill. Many whisper that without Huang's intervention, the stands would have been wiped out. Even Huang Jing frowns, admitting the hastily raised wall lacked durability, shocked that two contestants this year surpassed limits. I catch sight of her hand still dripping blood. One glance shows her body has reached its endurance limit. Yet drained of strength, she still insists she cannot give up. I step out from the explosion's smoke, calm and unscathed. Seeing me intact, she is stunned since the strike had clearly landed. I smile, warning her about the radiation in my body that could cause after effects. She only grits her teeth in silence, not replying. After a moment, eyes reddened, she chokes out why I forced her to fight to this extent. I don't answer immediately, instead sitting down with a softened gaze. Then I say plainly, it's not that she doesn't want to fight, but that she fears admitting her competitiveness. Hearing this, she freezes, wanting to refute but unable to speak. I understand she has begun to accept that she truly yearns for victory. That's why she dropped her defenses, fought with all her strength, then wondered why she did it. Perhaps this was the first time she felt the thrill of fighting for herself, not for her clan. I suddenly place a hand on her shoulder, making her blush. I gently remind her that during combat, she carried too many distracting thoughts. At the same time, I transfer energy to absorb her residual radiation, quickly healing her wound. I frankly admit that among all opponents I've faced, she is the one I respect most. I express my wish for a rematch someday, a fight without pressure or bindings. My words make her eyes shine with mixed regret, gratitude, and relief. At that moment, the MC shouts that as the smoke clears, Yi-hei remains on stage winning the semifinal. As expected, Chuzhou also secures his spot in the final. I, Yi-hei, represent Ancheng First High, to face Chuzhou, also from Ancheng First High. Online viewers surge, breaking all previous match records. The Ancheng final officially begins as Chuzhou draws his sword to spar. I laugh heartily, telling him to charge boldly. He instantly unleashes a flurry of sword strikes with 7-star footwork, both dazzling and deadly. Sword aura thickly blankets the space like a net of blades. I calmly wait, then at his approach erupt with atomic explosive fist. I slam both hands on the ground, instantly shattering all sword shadows before they touch me. He retreats, pale-faced, muttering he must return to his true body, unwilling to let a simple move destroy his clone. Chuzhou stands in the arena, admitting defense cannot stop me, wondering which youth could approach without falling. He quickly changes tactics, avoiding close combat, intending to wait until I exhaust myself before countering. With that, he unlocks his bloodline, transforming into a dragon, scales covering his body. Frigid cold spreads everywhere, turning the entire arena into ice in moments. The audience cries out in fear, saying Chuzhou has raised an ice mountain, like a demonic dragon revived. I am frozen inside the massive ice block, hearing cheers outside urging the downfall of the great demon king Yi-hei. Chuzhou exerts all his strength, pressing his aura to form the huge ice mountain, sealing me without escape. Yet inside he worries whether his body can endure such rapid ice vein eruption. Cracks appear in the ice, breaking apart into water. Radiant light bursts out as I shatter the ice, stepping forth with a presence that shakes heaven and earth. Chuzhou's eyes widen in terror, unable to believe I escaped so easily. He hurriedly raises another ice wall to block, but I crush it in an instant. As if breaking a mere fragment, I bluntly declare that the demonic ice dragon's power has no effect on me. It is clear fate destined me to restrain him. Chuzhou drops his hands, face full of despair, realizing the gap is too vast. Then he suddenly lifts his head, declaring he will unleash his final move, originally meant for Liu Qingju. Raising his hand high, sword intent gathers, erupting into a soul-piercing strike. Even Mayor Huang Jing is secretly shocked, for this youth has touched true sword intent. The sword thrusts like lightning, its power impossible to underestimate. I take it head-on, fingertips bleeding, skin cut by a small slash. I sneer, saying if he had a better weapon, perhaps the outcome could have been different. Chuzhou's face stiffens, his mind wavering. He wonders how the weapon he trusted could be severed so easily. He looks up, trembling, asking how many chances of victory remain. I reply indifferently that he has slightly more than the survival odds of a small beast. My words wound his pride, but he laughs bitterly and finally raises his hand in surrender. MC Hector announces loudly that in the Ancheng University exam final, Yi He claims victory. The stands erupt in cheers, affirming without doubt that Yi He is truly the champion. Viewers discuss, praising Chuzhou as strong but against Yi He. He was like a spear stabbing a tiger, just a lost dark horse. Online students buzz that from last place to defeating the top scorer on stage, Yi He became a true inspirational team-carrying symbol. In the stands, the crowd roars my name like at a frenzied festival. After 3 brutal days, the Ancheng University exam ends, with me, Yi He of First High, as champion. The MC interviews me, asking if my strength comes from steady accumulation. I secretly laugh at the scholarly phrasing for mere fighting. I adjust posture, speak in a deep tone, thanking my teacher who didn't expel me despite poor grades, allowing me to endure. On the live stream, my teacher bursts into tears, confessing he only feared parent complaints back then, never truly believed, calling himself guilty. While moved, I noticed the principal in the VIP seat waving wildly like hailing a cab. He discreetly signals too, implying a 2 million scholarship if I promote the school. My eyes light up, and I quickly add thanks to the wise leadership of the principal, awkwardly linking it to my fighting skills. I end by praising myself, stressing that without talent and silent effort, today's glory wouldn't exist. At that moment, the system rings in my head, congratulating me for becoming top scorer and granting a monster draw reward. I freeze, confused why finishing an exam leads to monster lottery like a game. Leaving the stage, I'm swarmed by reporters crowding like bees to honey. They bombard me with questions from victory feelings, power secrets, to college choice. I snap back, asking them to wait since I haven't even used the restroom. But they persist, prying into romance, asking if I like Liu Qingju, Tai Shaoling, or Chuzhou. I sigh inwardly, just done fighting and already ambushed by love questions, this pack clinging like a documentary crew. Finally, I slip into an empty basketball court, lock the door, and breathe a sigh of relief. Slumping down, I marvel at the system's absurdity giving monster rewards after an exam. Just as I rejoice, a voice behind congratulates the top scorer, startling me into panic, fearing another disguised reporter. A stranger raises his hand calmly, saying he's not a reporter, no microphone, and introduces himself as from Hua Du. His voice suddenly turns cold, dragging straight to the topic of gene lock. Hearing that, I become extremely alert, alarms blaring in my mind. I think, damn, I never unlocked any gene. It's all from the monster draw system. How does he know? Am I exposed? He asks directly if the concept of gene lock came from my father. I reluctantly confirm, relying on the host body's memory. He pulled out a thick file, stressing the oddity. My father was just a driver. How could he know about gene lock, a concept beyond ordinary people? I was shocked. Could my father have hidden his identity, once a powerful figure? The man continued calmly, saying Hua Du had approved my access to a sealed file due to its exceptional case. On the first page, the word Prometheus appeared. He explained Prometheus was once the strongest gene research institute in Nanxing, disbanded after the Great Incident, with its main project being the gene lock. I froze. Could my father have belonged to Prometheus, and I was just an experiment? He waved his hand, assuring the state did not see me as a threat, he only wanted me to know my origin. I replied bitterly that I was more normal than him. The man clarified I was under state protection, with close monitoring and support. Hearing about protection, I nearly laughed. Fame brings trouble, power brings more burdens. He nodded slightly, turned away, and said goodbye. I breathed out as if relieved, thinking this exam had been profitable. Entry to Hwadu, 2 million scholarship, 800K bonus, but what excited me most was drawing another ability. Without hesitation, I opened the system and drew immediately. A swirling spatial distortion appeared before me, heavy with pressure. I stared closely, heart pounding like awaiting a lottery jackpot. Gradually, a summoning card appeared. Its aura far stronger than previous times. A giant monster emerged, body clad in a fierce bone armor, clearly Tier D class. Info displayed. Tier D ability sample, supergiant personification, body can reach 60 mm, emits extreme heat, primitive evolutionary form, compatibility only 1%. I muttered, supergiant personification. If combined with GD Mala, what would it create? A distorted image flashed in my mind. Like Gui Zhengguai Wei Xuanwang, a name overwhelmingly domineering. Elsewhere, a man answered a call. When asked why he wanted to stop taking missions, he replied lowly, "Yes, I must suspend all. Something more important needs handling." On the man's screen appeared a small dent, likely an emergency exit button. He touched it lightly, and the entire display vanished instantly. His face turned cold, eyes full of killing intent and rage. On the other side, a man in protective gear sighed, reporting his younger brother's body was not found in the secret realm. They only recovered some belongings, with clear radiation traces at the last signal point. The man silently played slow-motion footage of my match, whispering about the warning that this world wasn't suitable for his brother. But now, it was too late. Watching me win the championship, he gnashed his teeth, admitting I was a genius but vowing I wouldn't live to set foot in Hwadu. Meanwhile, I yawned while waiting for the secret realm to open, when suddenly a package was delivered to me. I frowned at the box. Just as I was about to test my new ability sample, why would someone send such a weird gift? Inside was a handwritten letter. At 3 p.m. Today, a Tier C secret realm will appear at Gongshu Shan. Do you want to team up? Signed, Chuzhou. I gaped. Amazed, this is the tech era, yet he's using handwritten letters, like traveling back from the Ming dynasty. Scene shifted to Gongshu Shan, where crowds swarmed chaotically over news of the secret realm's opening. As soon as I arrived, I was dazzled by the massive crowd like a super sale festival. This secret realm was truly hot. From afar, Chuzhou shouted my name, and I replied, joking that he had grown stronger again. I chuckled inside, surprised by his sharpness. With my prize money, I had already bought gene medicine, boosting supergiant personification fusion rate to 35%, a common sample yet endlessly versatile. I asked which university he planned to choose. He answered firmly he'd go to Hwadu, but his eyes flashed hesitation and sorrow. Suddenly, a piercing screech tore through the sky, signaling the secret realm's opening. From the space rift, a giant creature burst out, its aura overwhelming the field. The crowd froze upon seeing a colossal three-headed bird hovering, as if ready to devour humanity. A loud cry rang out, calling everyone to charge and slaughter the beast. The crowd instantly ignited with spirit, surging forward like a flood, their momentum shaking the sky. The three-headed bird panicked the moment it emerged, thinking it had escaped only to face an ocean of people, unable to retreat. Before it could react, it was bombarded mercilessly, wings shredded, feathers flying, like a chicken plucked alive. In the deeper area of Gongshu Shan, another rift silently opened unnoticed. Martial artists, seeing the glowing gate, rushed in like a swarm of bees. As soon as I stepped inside, the stench of blood assaulted my senses. Screams erupted, warning that the beasts had ambushed us in advance. By rule, all martial artists had to unite to exterminate the monsters, preventing them from escaping control. So all conflicts were set aside, everyone instinctively forming combat formations. The battlefield was chaotic. Some fought barehanded, others swung blades, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Chuzhou didn't hesitate, awakening his bloodline, light radiating across his body. With one sword slash, he instantly froze an entire pack of beasts into ice statues. But right after, more monsters lunged from behind, like a sudden ambush. I counterattacked with atomic tyrant power, blasting the monster into ashes. I shouted a warning. Chuzhou forced a smile in thanks, while I thought these foes were too weak to use my full strength. A nearby martial artist froze, staring at the pile of slain beasts I destroyed. Chuzhou was also surprised, mumbling disbelief that I cleared that area. The corpses didn't decay normally but were annihilated at the cellular level by my radiation. Wherever I stepped, monsters collapsed in droves like crops before a harvester. Some whispered in shock at my terrifying speed, asking if a master was helping, then learning it was this year's Zhuang Yuan. One mocked me, but was rebuked that I could crush 10 like him. Soon, everyone herded the beasts toward me, shouting and pushing the battle line for me to slaughter. At that moment, a white smoke signal rose in the sky, announcing victory. The beast-tide lord had fallen. The first assault withdrew. I sighed in relief, with only about 800 of over 1,000 still standing, the rest wounded or forced out. Carrying a heavy bag of demon cores, I asked Chuzhou how to transport them. He gawked at the massive number. He produced a glowing space ring, telling me to store them inside. I was stunned at the item worth millions. Noise ahead made us turn, revealing the Wu Zam group had also returned. Some praised him for slaying the Lord-class beast, or else everyone would have been crushed. While I stored the demon cores, a dignified man approached, introducing himself as Wu Sen, leader of the Wu Yin village division, asking if I was in Cheng's Zhuang Yuan. He invited me to join the Martial Corps, offering both study and stipend, even an immediate S-rank member contract. The crowd buzzed, shocked the leader recruited personally. An S contract from Yin Ling was a dream even for top university students. Suddenly, a woman on a white tiger appeared like a star, having rushed here for classmate Yi Hei. She warmly invited me to join the Chengda Corps, smaller but offering 15% of cultivation resources monthly and full protection. The spectators were stunned that a high schooler was courted with profit shares like corporate stock. I only smiled, politely refusing, saying I didn't want to join any corps yet. Wu Sen laughed heartily, calling it friendship, while the girl also promised support. I agreed to friendly ties, and she teased me about my finger move earlier. At that moment, Chuzhou excitedly pulled me to explore, suggesting we climb a tall forest tree to observe. We sprinted together, Chuzhou complaining about my terrifying speed. Soon we stood atop a giant ancient tree. Wind roared as Chuzhou pointed wide-eyed at something in the distance. A massive black mass loomed in the forest, so huge it defied imagination, making Chuzhou tremble in fear. I laughed, believing nothing was unbeatable. No matter how strong the beast, I would conquer it. Determined to uncover the truth, Chuzhou faltered, feeling his own fear, while I was filled with determination, the true spirit of a martial artist. I simply thought that all demon cores would eventually belong to me. I used magnetic sensing to scan the secret realm, finding the forest full of life except a completely empty area in the southeast. I believed the strangest place was worth exploring. The rougher the waves, the bigger the prey. With firm resolve, Chuzhou and I headed straight for the southeastern lake. Soon, we reached the lake's edge. There, I was surprised to meet a familiar face, Wu Lashu. The people nearby were glad to see me, praising and asking Lashu to act as a go-between. I asked if they had been here long. She replied they had just arrived, with 2 already diving below. At that moment, someone suddenly surfaced from the water. He shouted that he had found treasure, making me curious, and then revealed ruins beneath the lake. The group instantly burst into chatter, dreaming of riches from this discovery. I understood that an ancient civilization must have left these ruins, the source of martial arts and gene technology today. The one who surfaced then questioned who Chuzhou and I were. Le Shu quickly introduced us as An Cheng's exam top scorer and runner-up, and asked to join the group. Several nodded in agreement, believing we could aid the exploration. Wu Yang raised the issue of division, and I replied it should be based solely on contribution. He accepted but warned me not to scheme, clearly wary of my future potential. The whole team hurriedly prepared to dive into the lake. Underwater, we followed a stone tunnel leading deeper, with someone claiming it led to the ruins. Suddenly, someone noticed Li Wei was missing, though he had been assigned guard duty. Suspicions arose, he went ahead secretly. They tried calling through the radio, but there was no reply. Some suggested a beast, but the leader said bait had been set without incident. A girl grew uneasy, suspecting something sinister here. Wu Yang grew angry, shouting that the group must continue if they wanted any gain, and cowards could leave. No one dared quit, so all were forced to move deeper. After that threat, everyone obeyed quietly. They turned on flashlights, searching for any traces Li Wei might have left. A dark premonition rose within me, my unease growing heavier. I discreetly signaled Chuzhou, who nodded, agreeing the timing didn't match Le Shu's words. Because they had only just arrived, yet someone had already reached deep inside and found the ruins' entrance. I began to feel this was like a puzzle game, clearly dangerous, and debated whether to warn Le Shu. But in the end, I just smiled lightly, reminding myself I hadn't come empty-handed. The deeper we went, the gloomier it grew, like entering a realm of death. Before us lay tangled vines, drained spirit stones, and withered corpses. Someone guessed beasts had once been annihilated here. Wu Le Shu immediately asked Wu Yang about the ruins' true location. Suddenly, a girl trembled, pointing at something horrifying ahead. It was Li Wei's dried corpse, shriveled as if drained of all life. The two girls nearby panicked and froze in terror. Wu Yang clutched his head in disbelief, mumbling that both the ruins and his comrade were gone. At that moment, a scream rang out as vines dropped from above, binding someone. Wu Yang instantly exploded on the spot, leaving no trace. From his corpse, black roots spread outward, making others fear it had been taken over. Suddenly, a blazing light shot in from afar. The beam struck Wu Yang's corpse, reducing him to dust. I thought to myself unexpectedly, the beast even knew how to set such cunning traps. It killed two people, then controlled another's mind as bait. Clearly, we had walked right into the snare. At the same time, a massive stone collapsed behind us, sealing the way back. Someone shouted it was a Guimo Teng, a king-level vine beast. Another added it carried 2-star blood parasites, impossible for low-level martial artists to resist. As for me, I grew excited, vowing to blow it apart regardless of its rank. Just then, the sound of stone breaking thundered from above. A man descended, growling that he came to take my life, calling me Qi Shui Long Yao. I turned calmly, remarking it seemed someone still remembered my name. He said he had tracked me through the radiation from the Gongshu Shan battle and finally found me. He bragged about holding his breath, hiding like a corpse to follow, but I had blocked him with a giant stone. I replied indifferently, saying it sounded cruel, like what forced the Huo family to desperation, then asked who he was to fabricate such enmity. He roared in rage, demanding blood debt from me. But as he charged, vines from the cave bound him tight, leaving him terrified to realize he was trapped by Guimo Teng. Immobilized, he grew more furious, accusing me of luring him into the beast's maw. As poison consumed him and his strength drained, I coldly said it was our first meeting, yet he was already blaming me. He struggled to break free, shouting he sought only me, not the others. A stomp shook the entire cave, rocks crashing from above, and someone cried out it was about to collapse. But the girl who shouted suddenly froze, as if turned to stone. I inhaled deeply, gathering energy in my mouth, then unleashed a devastating palm strike, blasting open the surrounding space. Water roared in violently, like a broken dam. I urged Wu Lei and the others to seize the chance to retreat. The enemy roared, vowing not to let us escape. He struck with fiery fists, but Chuzhou blocked him with the soul-infused spear of emotion. He firmly declared he would never let the man touch me. The foe sneered, mocking that such a petty move could never stop an 8th-rank martial artist. I erupted, my arm transforming into a beast limb, glaring as I asked where he thought he was looking. Then I smashed down with a core energy punch straight at his head. The crushing blow bent his body nearly to pieces. Chuzhou urgently advised retreat, warning that fighting an 8th-rank master was too dangerous now. Soon the three of us found the way back to the surface. At the lakebed, Guimo Teng went berserk, stirring a violent undercurrent. A girl surfaced anxiously asking about me. Chuzhou stayed silent, staring tensely at the lake. Dark clouds gathered above, thunder striking straight into the water. I fused with the beast, my giant form emerging amid the storm. High above, the enemy was scorched, his body ruined like a corpse. Whirlwinds and waves unleashed terrifying power, making onlookers wary. Then my figure sank into the thick clouds, vanishing and leaving chaos in the sky. Less than a minute later, I resurfaced. Surrounded by the group, I panted and asked Chuzhou for spare clothes. Some impatiently asked what happened and where the foe was. I feigned that he self-destructed with a plasma bomb and Guimo Teng, shocking everyone. Others insisted the explosion was abnormal, like a giant appeared. I laughed it off, blaming smoke and dust for illusions. Inwardly, I sighed with relief, nearly exposing my beast assimilation. Luckily, I shattered him completely and even seized Guimo Teng's demon core. After the battle, no one dared linger. Wu Lei Shu tried to repay me, but I waved it off, saying favors only made me indebted. When everyone left, Chuzhou and I shared a sly smile, ready for real monster hunting. 3 days later, the whole group exited the Gongshu Shan's secret realm. As soon as we stepped out, Chuzhou and I froze. We were stunned that so much had changed in such a short time. The once desolate area had become a bustling town, showcasing Xia Nation's extraordinary construction speed. I dropped heaps of loot on the trading counter, only to be reminded to handle gently or risk damaging machines. I quickly apologized for the overload, asking them to tally everything before morning. The staff just smiled reassuringly, promising professional handling, which put me at ease. I drew out the space ring and began pouring items onto the desk for the clerk to count. The pile was so huge that the girl grew dizzy, finally gasping as if I were opening an entire shop. She stammered, asking if that was all. I nodded, urging her to hurry, since I still had piles of spiritual herbs to process. At the appraisal side, experts murmured in awe at 1,000 millennia herbs, rarities they might never see again in their lives. Some marveled at the discovery of Liu Hehuo, an invaluable ingredient for Qi Haidan worth tens of millions. One praised my luck, but a stern elder refuted, saying it was impossible by chance and warned never to offend someone like me. I glanced at the murmuring crowd, thinking the white-blue demon cores were useless now, so selling them for money was best. From battles I gained 5 blue demon cores from Tier 3 beasts, but the greatest treasure was the 6-phase golden core of Guimo Teng, worth far more. When the demon core money transferred into my account, I happily went to find a buyer for the pre-appraised herbs. At that moment, a luxurious Rolls-Royce slid to a stop before me. A well-dressed man stepped out, introducing himself as Li Yu Tian, owner of Ping He Medicine Hall, wanting to buy my herbs above market price. I instantly realized news had leaked, but since I needed to sell, I wasn't foolish enough to refuse money brought to me. The deal closed, money entered my account, and he left, reminding me to contact him directly next time. I checked my balance, over 70 million, thinking proper use would speed my growth more than leaving it idle. I realized common pills and demon cores no longer worked. My body craved rarer things, even blood jade fruit was beyond reach. Suddenly, another path flashed in my mind. That was martial arts techniques. since my past win over Liu Qingju relied on powers, not skill, where I was still weak. With that thought, I dashed off, shouting for the old man to lend me some gold. The story shifted to Ancheng No. 1 High School, where the principal was in his office. On his desk sat a steaming teacup. He mentioned my return. I smiled in reply, and he praised me as the school's pride. I presented him a precious medicine bottle as a small gift. His eyes lit up as he praised my filial respect. I expressed my wish to learn strong martial arts, but he advised waiting until university. I earnestly pleaded to advance faster, making him agree that talent must be nurtured. I flattered him lavishly, making him blush and laugh, pretending to be modest. The next morning he called, saying arrangements were complete and I should prepare to meet someone. He revealed that the Liu family of Ancheng had agreed to pass me a secret art. The scene shifted to the outskirts, where I cycled slowly while two youths sped by on motorcycles. One praised the speed, the other dismissed it as ordinary. I overtook them, reminding them to ride carefully so their families wouldn't worry. The one behind was shocked, cursing when he saw a public bicycle moving like that. Furious, he revved up and charged ahead like mad. His companion shouted back about levels, while the girl behind him cheered in excitement. Hearing that ignited my spirit. I unleashed my strength, aura surging and startling them. In a blink I passed them, leaving their jeers behind like the wind. I sped so fast that when I looked back, no trace of them remained. The motorcyclist was dumbfounded, comparing my bike speed to a jet. Soon I reached the grand gates of a luxurious martial estate. I stepped closer and knocked lightly on the door. At the same time, I extended my senses. Detecting several powerful auras hidden around, the gate slowly opened. Qingju appeared. I greeted her with a smile, and she brightly called me a classmate. I teased that she seemed happy to see me, making her blush and quickly changed the subject to taking me to her mother. We walked together, passing the garden where workers trimmed trees and grass. Then we stopped before the main house entrance of the estate. Qingju called loudly, telling her mother I had arrived. A graceful woman descended from the upper floor. It was the Liu family matriarch, Tan Lan, who warmly greeted me. At the sight of her, my mind suddenly lit up, realizing something long unclear. The scene shifted back to after the college exam, inside a Liu family room. Qingju stood there, looking uneasy. She stammered, calling her mother and saying she had something to confess. Tan Lan raised her hand to calm her, telling her to speak slowly. She said she had followed the exam, praising Qingju's performance, then noted me as a dark horse among all, making Qingju silently bow her head. She continued, reminding that her son lacked talent, so the family's burden now rested on Qingju. But as a beautiful daughter, with her father gone and no grandmaster left, the family's standing was weakening. If a great clan forced marriage, the Liu family could not resist, so she hoped her daughter and I could become a pair. Hearing this, Qingju blushed deeply, too flustered to answer. She reasoned I was both capable and not from a noble clan, yet reliable, urging her daughter to take time to know me. Returning to the present, Tan Lan warmly welcomed me. I bowed politely, offering a gift as respect. She asked if I truly wanted to learn supreme martial arts. I confirmed, so she told Qingju to lead me. I was slightly surprised, asking if it would be right now. She explained the destination was the martial repository, where ultimate arts could not be taken out, only studied for one day. It contained 3 Zhuanhuang-level martial techniques, mastery depending on one's ability. I bowed respectfully, thanking the Liu family for the chance. Meanwhile, Qingju thought my thanks to her clan meant acceptance of a role here, as her mother wished. Tan Lan observed me, admiring inwardly but with a calculating gaze that felt strange to me. Soon, Qingju led me deep into the martial repository, where the Liu family's martial essence was kept. I tilted my head and softly asked why she kept glancing, then avoiding. She nervously denied, sweat beading. I leaned close, pressing her for the truth. She reflexively stepped back, stammering, making me laugh heartily. Ahead stood a massive stone gate, imposing and majestic. She explained it was force-infused stone from a secret realm, able to withstand a mystic martial master's strike. I immediately asked to try punching. She agreed but sighed inside, saying others admired it, while I just wanted to break it. I gathered all my energy and unleashed a full-force punch. The blow burst with blue light, stunning Qingju as old memories surged back. The strike thundered like lightning, shaking the space around. Yet the stone stood firm, unmoving. I was stunned, feeling most of my force absorbed, while Qingju happily teased that I'd been tricked this time. She explained the martial arts system had many branches: movement, defense, body cultivation, swordsmanship. I asked more about the Xuanhuang techniques. She replied they were deep inside that stone chamber, but warned one day wasn't enough. At best I'd grasped the basics. Though her mother allowed me to study Xuanhuang, she advised choosing a technique more suitable to my body style. I teased if she was worried for me. She denied angrily while I just laughed, saying, if afraid, better to go home and sleep. She pointed at the black stone gate, where the highest level techniques were stored. It was built painstakingly by their ancestors, piece by piece from red earth. When the door opened, it revealed a treasure vault-like space, its powerful aura overwhelming. Xuanhuang techniques weren't words, but living laws. Learners must feel with their hearts, and the art itself chose its owner. Unfit ones saw only a blank wall. Hearing that, I grew thrilled, thinking my half-demon body fit such strange techniques. Best if it chose me quickly. Deep inside, another door began to open. But when I looked, I was stunned. Was this truly Xuanhuang? There were no books at all. Before me stood a human statue, wrapped in black aura, eerie like a demon relic from an ancient tomb. As the statue emerged, I gasped. Then ghostly whispers echoed in my ears. Qingju explained that transcendent techniques weren't always books. They could be sealed in statues, paintings, or relics, resonating with martial Tao, hence the mystery of grandmasters. Only grandmasters could distill martial Tao essence into objects to pass down. She then turned away, leaving me to decide, but I snapped that I didn't even know how to learn it. She only said if resonance fit, it would seek me on its own. I stared at her, dizzy, thinking maybe she was mocking me. Then I gave up, too lazy to think, yawned, lay on the floor, muttering to let fate choose, and fell asleep. From the observation room, Qingju smacked her head on the desk, sighing at my unchanged nature. Suddenly, I found myself standing in a ruined ancient temple, thick with dust, its idol missing an arm. I realized I had entered the resonance realm, where the martial technique's soul existed. I tried circulating energy but failed. No power, no ability, like a mere mortal. Luckily, the monster system remained, auto-activating spirit enhancement to protect my mind from collapse. A deep voice boomed, and from the statue's intact arm appeared a burly warlord like a gray bear. His beast-like eyes declared martial inheritance wasn't for the weakenly iron blood was worthy. Otherwise, let it be buried, and ordered me to prove myself. He looked identical to the statue outside, from scars to ferocity. He warned, when the demon horde attacked the temple, I must defend it. If I failed, white demons would devour my soul into madness, but if I survived, he would grant the technique. A cold raindrop fell on my face, jolting me awake. When I opened my eyes, the warlord vanished, signaling the trial had begun. Behind the statue, I found a rusty longsword and gripped it firmly. Alone at the temple gate, I held the sword tightly. Torrential rain and lightning fell as a horde of demons arrived. Countless dark figures screamed and rushed out, while I stood ready. The first demon lunged, and I struck immediately. The blade flared golden, the spirit screamed, then turned to ashes. I muttered that no one would let me die unarmed. There must be treasures around. A proud smile appeared as my spirit boiled. Instead of holding position, I charged into the demons, slashing wildly. Behind, a strong warrior appeared, arms folded, sneering that leaving safety was suicide. He mocked, saying later generations were weaker, and I'd soon be another corpse. But I felt excited like on a picnic, laughing as I cut ghosts. A demon clawed at me, but its strike passed harmlessly through. The warrior was stunned, confused that his ghosts couldn't touch me. My body's monster system had activated protection, making me fully immune. I grinned slyly, thinking I was practically immortal. Then the massacre began clumsy swordplay, but spirits fell like grass. The warrior couldn't believe his serious trial had become a farce. I calmly claimed it was daily training, though I was cheating with the system. He growled that defeating spirits fulfilled his word, but inheritance was another matter. As he spoke, thunder boomed violently. The guardian statue shattered, revealing a deep black well that made me shiver. He said it held his life's fierce essence, his art of binding ghosts into flesh if I dared absorb it. Before finishing, he leapt straight into the abyss. For the first time, he smiled, impressed by my courage. He had once been a legend, one of few to conquer an S-rank secret realm, famed for imprisoning ghosts in flesh. With age-draining strength, his sealed grudges rose, devouring reason, driving him mad to kill even kin. To avoid decline, he killed himself, sealing soul and rage into the statue, leaving treasures for the worthy. For a century, its murderous aura meant death to most, but whoever broke the curse would surpass the founder. In the monitoring room, Tan Lan stood with Liu Qingju, both watching Yi He resonate with martial arts. Suddenly, Qingju cried out in fear, asking what was happening. On screen, Yi He's body was filled with dark aura, trembling as if pierced by countless needles. Moments ago, he smiled in dreamlike bliss. Now he looked electrocuted non-stop. Soon after, tiny streams of blood seeped from his pores. Yet Tan Lan stayed calm, puffing smoke, explaining this was the Liu ancestors' final technique, once rejecting even Qingju's grandfather. That's why the Liu descendants never dared touch it, as greater power meant a more terrible price. She said choosing that path meant accepting it, but froze mid-sentence in shock. On screen, Yi He suddenly yawned and stretched as if after a peaceful nap. Silence fell. Tan Lan was stunned, while Qingju laughed, seeing his cultivation wasn't stressful at all. He opened his eyes, bowed to the cracked statue in thanks, and heard the warrior's remnant praising him and entrusting an unfinished secret. He whispered inwardly that he was just piggybacking rather than training seriously. He clenched his fist, feeling demonic power surge, with a new technique doubling his combat strength. At that moment, the door opened. Tan Lan and Qingju entered to ask if he had succeeded. He smiled brightly and confirmed everything was perfect. Tan Lan was shocked, since even the gifted Qingju needed a week, while Yi He managed in just 1 hour. Qingju glanced at him, seeing his confident smile, and secretly admitted the true genius was before her. Under their doubtful gazes, he laughed and declared he'd show proof directly. He channeled chi from his dantian into his hand, forming strange red-black energy like a game weapon buff, boosting power and damage. He lowered his stance, gathered force, then punched, releasing a red-black blast so strong it drove them back, echoing with ghostly cries. Even Qingju was stunned that a basic cheap move could unleash such terrifying might. Tan Lan studied him closely and admitted she had completely misjudged him. He, however, felt uncomfortable under her intense gaze, worrying it might turn into a mother-daughter rivalry for the protagonist. Qingju smiled, suggesting he try the other 2 moves since there was still time. Tan Lan raised her brows, silently warning her daughter not to hand over all secrets to an outsider before he became family. With seasoned tact, he declined politely, saying mastering 1 move was enough, citing fatigue and private matters. His calm conduct made Tan Lan respect him more, and she even asked about transportation, offering to buy him a vehicle. That reminded him of seeing someone ride a cool motorcycle, so he asked if the family had one like that. Tan Lan laughed, saying it matched her son's taste. and willingly offered him the finest motorcycle in her collection. Minutes later, Liu Chengjie returned home, overhearing his mother mention a future son-in-law, and angrily wanted to confront whoever dared aim for his genius sister. He was still bitter about the guy on the rental bike earlier, swearing if they met again, he'd teach him real trouble. As Liu Chengjie fumed, a blur like the wind sped past his face. He turned and froze, recognizing the rental rider now blazing away on Micah's prized motorcycle. That night, at Yi Hei's house, he laid out 5 monster cores from the secret realm, preparing to devour them for more energy. Remembering he nearly died last time swallowing raw, this time he mixed a fiery revival sauce. Dipping the core into the sauce, then swallowing, he felt heat explode through his body as power flooded his limbs. He opened the system interface, recalling when he chose the 50-meter Titan model, superior to normal monsters. But compared to mountain-sized beings hidden in mist, Titan was small, so he decided to invest all points into this model. Without hesitation, he grabbed the rare golden-veined core, dipped it in sauce, and swallowed it like a spicy snack. As the core fused into the legendary Godzilla model, the system suddenly issued a warning. It announced that legendary Godzilla absorbed a high-level plant-type creature, causing genetic mutation. The system asked whether to block the mutation process. He hesitated, since mutation could bring great evolution or degrade into trash. Finally, out he gambled and chose to let it proceed. A cold voice declared, "Legendary Godzilla mutated into an S-class variant planetary Godzilla of the plant system. When sync reached 100%, there would be a 2% chance to evolve into true planetary Godzilla, with higher odds if more strong plant cores were absorbed." He exhaled in relief, overjoyed at hitting the jackpot. Planetary Godzilla resembled the original but stood over 300 meters tall, weighed over 1,000,000 tons, and was recorded as the largest version in history with overwhelming power. But first he needed full synchronization with the current model. While planning, a thunderous explosion erupted outside, flames lighting up the night sky. He froze, wondering if it was terrorism. The army immediately swarmed in, sealing the area and searching every corner. Just then, knocking sounded at his door strange, since the body's owner lived reclusively with no visitors. He hadn't ordered food or expected guests, so who could it be? Tense and ready, he faced a seductive woman who appeared, smiling playfully, calling him little brother and hinting he was unlike normal martial artists. She said she planned to hide something and erase his memory, but since he discovered it, force was the only option. Serpentine evil energy bound Yi Hei. Realizing he couldn't lure her outside, he resigned that he could rebuild the house with money. The woman tilted her head in surprise, while he coldly pointed at her, declaring her end had come. Meanwhile, on the street, SWAT confronted a dangerous criminal. They seized on a tiny opening, launching a coordinated strike as precise as a scalpel. Cornered, the renegade still smirked, telling his comrades to escape with the golden gene while he held the line. He activated a blood-burning secret art, his body turning into a blazing red pillar, ready for a death match. At that moment, a blinding blue light tore the sky, and a charred figure crashed down, carving a giant crater before Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was stunned to see Yao Yi Mei in a now blackened nanosuit, like burnt bread, fearing someone still chased her. Yi Mei staggered up, face tense. Without regenerative armor, she'd be dead, and urged retreat since the package was already hidden. She threw special smoke bombs that disrupted martial artists' senses, putting the SWAT team on alert. Using the smoke cover, the two escaped down into the sewers. Half an hour later, they emerged from an alley, exhausted and gasping. She praised her armor's worth when Yi Hei's cold voice suddenly came from the dark alley. He calmly reminded her she hadn't answered for invading his home. He said she thought she picked a random neighbor, but actually provoked the wrong man, and he'd give her an unforgettable lesson. Zhou Yi stared, baffled how he tracked them. In fact, Yao Yi Mei carried his radiation like a living tracker, but he didn't explain, just threw a straight punch. He perfectly controlled the ghost-imprisoning body, unleashing crushing energy that tore the air. Zhou Yi quickly crossed his arms to block, But the mountain-breaking fist struck, red-black force like thunder smashing his guard, flinging him like a train crash. He spat blood violently, crashing down dazed and disoriented. And that was only from the right hand. His left hand followed, smashing down like a colossal heavenly hammer. Seeing Zhou Yi tossed like a rag doll, Yao Yimei was shocked that someone with rookie aura could beat a level 6 martial artist. Yihei smiled, gentle yet terrifying, claiming to be a student of the Fat Leaf Emperor, making Yao Yimei suspect a monster in human form. Just then, Zhou Yi roared from behind, stepping up to challenge. Exhausted from his secret art, he still went berserk, activating his silver-horned rhino form. His body shone golden, a huge silver horn sprouting from his forehead with fierce aura. Each step from Zhou Yi erupted with violent power. Yi He rotated his wrist, nuclear energy flowing through cells, eager for the clash. Suddenly, Yao Yimei, cloaked in stealth, appeared behind, declaring she was the real killer. Yi He instantly spun and punched, sparks flying off her nano-armor, blasting her skyward. Fate uncertain. He coldly said he showed no mercy, even to women, stressing even Qingju had been beaten black and blue by him. Seeing his comrade easily crushed, Zhou Yi furiously cursed her as useless. Enraged, he charged like a derailed train straight at his foe. That was when Yi He counterattacked. Their fists collided, unleashing a massive shockwave, but Zhou Yi's silver armor only scorched slightly. Yi He was surprised, admitting the defense was indeed tough. Zhou Yi smugly boasted his silver-horned rhino form was immune to artillery. Nothing could pierce it. Not only unbroken, his attack power also surged, rivaling Master's, though his stamina waned. His eyes burned red, screaming for blood, craving to crush a genius with his own hands. He sneered, calling his opponent a clown no matter how arrogant. But suddenly he froze. The enemy's figure vanished. Turning, he nearly wet himself seeing a gigantic toe larger than his head, belonging to a creature over 30 meters tall. In the mist, blue eyes blazed like soul fire, making the air unbearably heavy. Zhou Yi froze, mind blank, overwhelmed by primal fear, uncertain if it was a new beast or Yi He's mutant form. The giant said nothing, just swung its arm like a collapsing mountain, wind crushing Zhou Yi's breath. The ground exploded, and he narrowly escaped with quick reflexes. Thinking he was safe, the other hand struck down fiercely. This time Zhou Yi failed to dodge, smashed apart like a toy. Yi He's right hand glowed, nuclear energy surging. Thunder roared with each strike, tearing Zhou Yi's flesh and bones, his soul nearly ripped away. System alert. Yi He activated Titan form, stats surpassing 23.8294. Yao Yimei trembled at the sight of Zhou Yi pummeled like a sandbag. She deeply regretted provoking the monster, fearing his certain death. She chose not to flee. The only option was to fight back. From a rooftop, she observed the colossal figure blotting out buildings. She leapt down in a precise arc, spinning mid-air. Her target was the glowing nanofiber at its neck, sharp enough to cut metal. She believed the giant still shared human weak points, the throat being key. A red slash cut the beast's neck, strangely without resistance. Its massive head fell, shaking the ground violently. Yao Yimei panted, half believing she had slain it. But then its mouth opened, blue light swelling inside like a sign of annihilation. In despair, she saw the blue fire swallow her, extinguishing all hope. The blast pierced the tower, leaving a curved beam ripping through the night sky. Afterward, a heat wave erupted, turning the district into a sea of flames. Yi He calmly approached Zhou Yi. He stood tall over the blood-soaked corpse of his defeated foe. His hoarse voice growled, "Now it's your turn." With broken body, Zhou Yi still cursed the monster weakly. Yi. He gazed down coldly, stressing killers must accept death as fair law. Sirens wailed, signaling forces rushing in after the devastating clash. As Yi Hei readied to finish, Zhou Yi sneered, threatening to drag him down with the golden gene secret. Twisting his mouth, he mocked that the cursed legacy now belonged to Yi Hei, promising to meet in hell. Yi Hei answered with a skull-crushing kick, scolding him for talking too much. Hearing the sirens closing in, he rushed to dispose of the body, realizing he'd gone overboard. The massive crater piercing the building made the scene even worse. He slipped back to his apartment under the cover of night, before being tracked. Once home, he immediately contacted Tan Lan to ask about the investigation. She said it had been handled, advising him to stay quiet until the school term started to avoid more trouble. Yi Hei sighed in relief, glad for the warning, since his nuclear strike was enough to summon police instantly. Searching, he found the mentioned item, the golden gene, the prize all factions fought over. It was a silver tube engraved with the Laserbird logo, a giant biotech corporation once listed in the Prometheus files. Clearly, those two had stolen it from Lazarus, which was why they were hunted. From Zhou Yi's last words, he realized the crushing burden had now been pushed onto him. Seeing his wrecked apartment, he chose to leave for now, with only a hotel as shelter tonight. At the Swan Lake Anomaly Zone near Ontrin, unease filled the air. A group of hunters had just slain a level 3 bloodline wolf, rejoicing over their loot. But then a female member trembled, pointing at the horizon full of strange phenomena. Trees toppled in rhythm with thunderous footsteps. A horde of magical beasts appeared, filling the view. On the back of a giant crocodile-like beast stood a throne of skulls, where a colossal black ape sat like a tyrant. Above it, the sky swirled violently, proving it was a lord beast, the red-eyed black ape, ruler of the southern tier. Emergency alert. A beast lord leading an army toward Unkin. Only grandmasters could resist, and it was strange since such beings never left their territory. A beast lord was like a living catastrophe, broadcasting commands that forced weaker creatures to obey and form an army around it. The black ape opened its blood-red eyes slightly, gaze cold, oppressive, and full of contempt. The sky darkened as colossal stone spears rained down like divine wrath, making the hunters flee in terror. A distress call rang out. A beast lord cited, request immediate reinforcements. The plea ended as a spear crushed the caller, his last radio word confirming the beast lord before silence. At that moment, the blood-eyed black ape slowly stepped off its throne. It issued an order, urging the army to march at full speed. Its booming voice thundered, beasts roared chillingly, the sky quaked, cities fell silent, citizens trapped in nightmare chaos. Through loudspeakers, the mayor announced, a colossal beast horde from Swan Lake's Rift, B rank, would arrive within 20 minutes. He declared the army was at the front lines, urgently summoning all martial artists in Unkin to prepare for battle. His words shattered order. The crowd panicked, shoving onto vehicles to flee despite constant calls for calm. Authorities declared only children and students were prioritized for evacuation, as the nation's future must survive if the city fell. In his office, the mayor demanded answers about reinforcements. The secretary nervously reported all regions were under attack except Unit 01 still available. Cities not yet overrun were hastily building defense lines to brace for impact. When asked about aid from Hodu, the reply was grim. Nearby Kwangshan had opened an S-rank rift, forcing all capital experts there. Huang Qing collapsed in shock, face pale. Political instinct telling him the beast tide was a calculated invasion plan. Huang Qing steadied himself, eyes firm again, declaring the defense of Onkin had begun, with only their own strength to rely on. Scene shifted to the Chu family estate. In the training yard, two figures clashed fiercely. They were Yi Hei and Chu Zhou. A heavy blow sent Chu Zhou flying, his body rolling like a rag doll. Yi He smirked, praising him for withstanding that strike. They argued. Chu Zhou admitted he'd trained in emperor-style martial arts only a month, while Yi Hei mocked him as lazy, angering him at Yi Hei's unnatural progress. Suddenly, alarms blared across the estate. Both fell silent, listening to the broadcast announcing Kin in danger. Chuzhou turned pale, hearing students would be evacuated with flights and trains, but Yihei laughed bitterly, doubting he'd actually leave. Chuzhou closed his eyes, asking if Yihei, with such talent, would also stay behind. Yihei replied firmly, without hesitation, his royal blood urging him to fight. At the Liu estate, Qingju faced Tan Lan, pleading to help defend the city. Her mother sternly said, Kin's 50,000 troops were like paper boats before the beast tide. She stressed that even the beast lord meant despair, survivable only by grandmasters, and Qingju's life carried family honor. Qingju stayed silent for a while. Then she replied coldly, a martial family that won't take responsibility deserves no existence. With that, she turned and slammed the door shut. Tan Lan lit a cigarette, eyes heavy with thought, mentioning leaving the city and her son on Hong. She decided to send him a message, letting him choose his own path. Outside the Swan Lake Rift, tens of thousands of martial artists had gathered in formation. One scolded old Chun for risking himself at his age instead of evacuating his grandchild, but he retorted that if he could still fight, he would stay. Old Zhang laughed, recalling 30 years ago they'd faced a beast tide together when he lost his leg. Jokes came about moving to the capital, but old Zhang gently declined, wanting to remain where he was born, even buried here. A steel belt encircled Kin, forming the last barrier against the beasts. Most elite troops had entered the rift to scout, tasked only with confirming if a beast leader was present and surviving to report. Huang Qing grew tense, instincts warning of disaster. A gravely wounded soldier stumbled out of the rift, missing an arm and drenched in blood. Medics rushed to save him. The soldier weakly handed over a USB containing all battle data. Huang Qing urgently demanded news of the others. The warrior wept in pain, confirming the entire squad was dead. The reconnaissance force was annihilated, bodies torn apart. Shuddering, he spoke of the red-eyed ape's trap that wasted thousands of lives. A deafening roar erupted from the rift, shaking the heavens. A massive rock shot out, spinning like a storm. It pierced a skyscraper as easily as tearing paper. The giant structure collapsed with thunderous explosions. Huang Qing realized the strike was calculated, not random. The attack targeted the underground mine depot to cripple unfinished defenses. He ordered the armored unit to unleash full firepower at the crack. Massive firepower engulfed the crack, turning it into a blazing sea. No beasts appeared, only a chilling tactic of draining ammunition. Huang Qing grew heavy with doubt, suspecting the beasts had evolved intelligence. The next wave of rocks surged denser, with terrifying screeches. Fortunately, the tanks moved in time, making the strike hit empty ground. But strange sounds from the rubble raised soldier alertness. Before they reacted, a warning shout came. The enemy had infiltrated. A many-eyed beast appeared, biting off a soldier's head. Mass slaughter erupted as the rock barrage turned into a beast-dropping trap. The rocks were not only projectiles, but also transport pods releasing creatures. Huang Qing roared to shoot them down mid-air, never letting them touch ground. At the crack's edge, a crocodile-like giant beast lay still like a living mountain. A black ape with red eyes gleamed wickedly, ordering humans wiped out. A lord-level beast, a massive white-furred ape, roared and charged. Behind it, a horde of beasts poured out like a devouring sea. The white ape tore through gunfire, roaring primitively with a pounding chest. It drew fire while countless beasts slipped into the city. Atop Qing's tallest tower, a figure silently watched the chaos. From above, he clearly saw humans losing control, the city's future bleak. Though new here, he considered it home and refused its destruction. He leapt from the rooftop, using Huangdi Mola to become a bird diving into battle. A teammate boasted proudly of slaying 5 beasts. Kai Shaoling coldly mocked the petty feat, silencing Luo Xian. Suddenly, icy air spread. The group wary as Chuzhou bragged of killing a level 3 beast. He nodded calmly, unexpectedly meeting his friends before evacuation. They replied their parents were at war, so they could not flee. 1160. Suddenly, a warning shout came, pointing behind Chuzhou. He turned to see a massive tank falling down. The battlefield was utter chaos. Beasts crowding the sky like dark clouds. 1163. Another tank was hurled past, nearly crushing the squad, soldiers screaming. Chuzhou drew his sword in a flash, smooth and fluid. His sword energy burst out, shining like a moon tearing the sky. With a blast, the tank split in two, both halves carving a deep crater. Kai Shaoling was shocked to realize it was the Lord Beast from the crack. Chuzhou stayed calm, stating it wasn't one creature since power and size differed. Before he finished, a mountain-like fist from another beast struck down to erase them. Chuzhou thought bitterly of fate, but refused to die in vain. Just as he prepared to risk all, a dark green meteor fell onto the giant ape's head. The beast's head twisted as its body crashed, shaking the battlefield. It roared furiously, swinging its massive arm to crush the foe like an insect. But the strike was stopped by a single finger, impossibly effortless. The newcomer mocked, calling it a dental check for the beast. He stepped on its jaw, using brute strength to rip the white ape's mouth open. Mocking the stench, he sneered at its foul teeth from devouring too many lives. Green energy gathered in his mouth, humming like a jet engine. The beam blasted into the beast's throat, exploding and leaving choking black smoke. Luo Xian and Kai Shaoling were stunned, realizing Di Shi was the one before them. Chuzhou saw Di Shi and felt a fragile hope that An Qing was not doomed. Di Shi calmly told them to guard the city, then turned to leave. Energy burst under his feet as he shot upward like a living missile. From the sky, he saw the city engulfed in fire and smoke, yet human will still burned. He closed his eyes, activating his sensing to locate the densest beast cluster. Near the crack, defenses struggled as a mammoth-sized beast tore through artillery. A desperate soldier threw away his useless gun, charging with a bayonet. Other comrades followed without hesitation, drawing blades for suicidal close combat. They clung to the beast like ants, sacrificing lives for small wounds, piling corpses yet never retreating. True, victory belongs to the strong, but civilians also chose to fight to the last breath. Their sole mission: hold the line until heroes could turn the tide. At that perilous moment, crimson figures appeared, striking the beasts instead of humans. This intervention disrupted the enemy, giving humans a chance for quick victories. The crimson figures bound the mammoth beast like living chains, restraining its bulk. As soldiers gaped, a green beam shot from the sky, piercing the beast's head instantly. Its colossal body collapsed like a falling mountain, a swift execution. The beasts panicked, screaming and trampling each other to flee. The warrior landed, transforming into a luminous core with clawed hands. He roared and unleashed atomic energy, a blue blast tearing space and erasing beasts nearby. On other fronts, commanders saw the beasts weren't retreating but converging on one point. The truth was clear. The beasts were regrouping for another full assault. A female warrior rushed in, gasping that Di Shi, An Qing's top scholar, had joined the battle. Soldiers instantly understood why the enemy shifted, vowing not to let the boy fall like predecessors. One soldier shouted and charged, sacrificing himself to shield the scholar. At the same time, Di Shi unleashed full power, one punch crushing a giant beast's skull to ash. The shockwave shredded nearby beasts, but new swarms kept flooding in. He roared and smashed his fist into the ground, blasting energy that shattered terrain like a spiderweb. A warning cry rang. A lord beast charged at Di Shi, forcing other warriors to intercept. Troops shouted slogans, determined to hold the line so the scholar wouldn't see the base in ruins. Now Di Shi was no longer a student or soldier, but a banner of hope, drawing 5 lord beasts at once. Even elites couldn't advance as the lord beasts spread brutal chaos. Suddenly the ground exploded. 4 colossal stone walls rose like mountains, trapping all 5 beasts. Mayor Huang Qing appeared, activating Earth Vein Fortress. But he knew only killing the Overlord could end it. The White Ape Lord refused confinement, leaping on allies to escape the prison. Seeing this, Huang Qing instantly shifted, manifesting atop the stone fortress. He struck both palms down on the beast's head, its car-sized skull violently shaking. Golden energy pierced through. Blood gushed from every orifice, brain crushed. Bones shattered like glass, the might of Xuanwu level. As he moved to finish, Huang Qing froze, eyes fixed on the crack. A colossal crocodile head emerged, its massive frame too large to pass through fully. He broke into cold sweat, recognizing it from reports of moving catastrophe. It was the mount of the Level 5 Overlord, the black ape with blood-red eyes that rained stone spikes to annihilate cities. Its arrival meant the true master was surely approaching. Without hesitation, Huang Qing activated Stone Tsunami, earth energy surging across the battlefield. The ground swelled and rose into a 100-meter stone wave. The petrified wave crashed down, aiming at the crocodile's head. Arrogance flashed in the beast's eyes, scorning humans for wielding its own element. By its will, the wave compressed into a massive stone sphere, absorbing the impact. But it was only bait Huang Qing had hidden underground, suddenly reappearing before the beast. When it sensed danger, it was already too late. Earth-piercing chain fists erupted, drilling strikes thrusting straight into the target. The blow shattered eyelids harder than diamond, piercing deep unstoppably. The beast howled as its eye exploded, blood and mineral shards spraying everywhere. The city quaked, glass shattered, its roar echoing like a dying god. In response to its rage, countless stone spikes erupted, turning the ground into a deadly trap. Within moments, the battlefield became a forest of lethal stone. Luckily, Huang Qing had prepared, ordering troops a kilometer away to avoid annihilation. The beast mocked, saying if its full body entered on Qing it might survive, half in was just prey. Huang Qing unleashed a martial arts barrage, his figure like a 1,000-armed fire god striking fast. His blows struck weak points, blood spraying. The beast's skin ripped apart. Its energy core regeneration let it endure the rain of damage. It countered fiercely, turning its body into a massive spiked mace, forcing Huang Qing on defense. Worthy of an earth element leader, it weaponized its once soft body. Behind Huang Qing, a stone crack opened. Red eyes glared coldly from the dark. A chill ran down his spine. From the stone, a hairy arm gripped his head, questioning who dared insult it. Huang Qing recognized the Level 5 blood ape, hidden within the stone all along. It snarled, vowing to crush his head to prove humanity's insignificance. It struck, slamming his head down with lethal force. His instincts screamed this blow could end him. At death's edge, he sacrificed an arm to escape. The ape laughed. Believing with him crippled, no one stronger remained, leaving it free to massacre. Yet Huang Qing's face stayed calm, as if everything was within his plan. He cast a technique, turning the crocodile's stone forest into a storm of blades against the blood ape. But the ape stood unmoved, completely unfazed. It spoke coldly, dismissing the attempt as humans only delaying death. For it, the battle was no longer war but amusement in spreading fear. Stone shards charged with steel-crushing power, like beasts lunging at prey. It let the stones tear flesh, black blood spraying, yet its expression remained indifferent. It scornfully compared his strikes to weak exercises graded by a madman. Huang Qing pressed with more stone waves, but the ape leapt lightly away with ease. The stone surge crushed the spiked forest, flattening everything in its path. When the dust cleared, the blood ape stood intact, mocking the enemy's speed. Its voice echoed, declaring humans too lowly to deserve its gaze. Huang Qing was shaken, never imagining such madness in a beast. The ape's hand chop fell like a whole mountain crashing from the sky. His knees throbbed like breaking, yet he forced himself upright. The ground cracked beneath him like a spider web, but his eyes stayed firm. The ape tilted its head, puzzled by the absence of fear or despair in his gaze. It roared, demanding why he didn't tremble before death. He placed his hand on the ground, coldly calling it an arrogant beast, making a fatal miscalculation. He roared, activating a blood seal, revealing this was a lure, not a random trap. The ground became a violent sand vortex, swallowing everything with terrifying suction. The ape was dragged into the vortex. The more it resisted, the deeper it sank. It sneered, calling such a seal childish and useless. It threatened that once free, the whole city would be destroyed. Huang Qing smiled, saying this was not a trap, but humanity's final song. He lifted his shirt, revealing a glowing red star-shaped wound on his chest. He thrust his only arm into his chest, blood gushing out. The ape froze, baffled at what he was doing. Huang Qing coughed blood, but firmly revealed a nuclear bomb beneath Tian-A Lake, linked to his heartbeat. The ape roared that it was a madman's trick, but he affirmed he never intended to survive, for he was the mayor of Anqing. He repeated his vow to give everything for the city and its people, and now he believed he had truly kept that oath. A blinding light erupted, incinerating both man and beast instantly. Heaven and earth exploded, a colossal mushroom cloud rising like an eternal monument. Evacuated warriors stood silent, unable to speak. They looked toward the blast, tears falling, yet eyes filled with pride. The whole unit saluted toward the explosion's center. Chucho and the others bowed in silent mourning. That moment became an eternal, tragic funeral. Within 10 kilometers, everything was erased, leaving a vast, fiery crater. Amid the molten sea, a blackened, twisted figure writhed, cracked skin exposing charred bones. On its chest, a dull orange crystal emerged from the ashes. Suddenly, the crystal flared one last time, like a dying flame raging. Thin crimson threads shot out from the magical core. They crawled along the shattered skeleton, regrowing nerves and sinew. Within seconds, the blood-red eyes of the ape snapped open again. It restored its horrific form, flesh and black fur regrown, eyes burning with hatred, barely clinging to life. Seething with vengeance, it roared to slaughter the city and turn shame into blood seas. It chose to retreat to its lair to recover, then return to wipe out humanity. But as it turned, a razor-sharp killing aura slashed forth. Before it stood a young warrior blazing with green light, the one who had fought beside the mayor. The ape clenched its teeth, recognizing the foe. Yi Hei. He roared, pushing his body beyond limits, cells igniting as he unleashed a nuclear punch. The blow pierced the beast, a green explosion lighting the entire sky. The black ape staggered forward within the energy storm, brute force resisting. Its eyes bulged as it still forced its way forward inside the blast. It smirked, mocking the foe as a foolish genius offering himself to be torn apart. But Yihei sneered, saying if it fled, the mini-bomb would be wasted, and if it stayed, it would take another hit. Inside him, the nuclear reactor erupted, green lightning spreading like a frenzy of fox spirits. The black ape's expression changed instantly, realizing he was a living nuclear bomb. It roared hoarsely, cursing in disbelief at what its foe truly was. Before it finished, its body was swallowed by blinding white light and searing heat. Kilometers away, soldiers panicked at the new mushroom cloud, thinking it was the mayor's final strike again. When the smoke cleared, the blood ape staggered out, charred and gasping. Its eyes widened in terror, admitting the opponent was the real monster. From the dust, a 40-meter titan emerged, armored in volcanic stone, glowing with radiant blue veins. The ape screamed in denial, unable to believe this aura surpassed even Lord Beasts. The titan's cold blue eyes glared down, mocking it as nothing but a bald monkey. Without warning, he swung a colossal claw down. The impact thundered, shockwaves blanketing the battlefield in dust. The ape was flung like a rag, crashing through mountains. Yihei pursued, coldly casting the Black Emperor mountain-crushing strike. Infuriated, The beast roared, mustering strength to punch back with its mangled arm. Their fists collided in a cataclysm, tearing the sky apart. The ape shot away like a meteor, vanishing at the horizon. But the titan also bore damage, arm twisted, skin torn, bones cracked, proving its power. Even with his transcendent form, Yi Hei was hurt. Luckily, Titan regeneration quickly healed his arm. The ape gaped in horror at the restored limb, roaring with fury. In despair, it admitted it could not defeat the human before it. Thus, the level 5 Blood Realm Overlord turned to flee. Yi Hei sneered, crystal structures flaring behind him like divine wings descending. He roared that the filthy beast was unworthy of the mayor's sacrifice. He exhaled atomic breath, a blue beam cleaving the battlefield like a holy blade. The black ape took the strike, staggering in flames, unclear if it could endure. The energy crashed down, grinding it into the ground, forming a massive crater. Squinting, he sensed the beast still alive, burrowing to escape. Without delay, he unleashed Godzilla's magnetic field, trapping underground tremors. Sure enough, it frantically tunneled toward the forbidden gate. He smirked coldly, vowing not to let it escape. A second atomic breath erupted, violently ripping open the earth. The blast flung the ape out, spraying blood and mud. It roared in rage, nearly reaching the forbidden gate if not stopped. Before it finished, a colossal fist slammed down, shockwaves covering the battlefield. The impact smashed it backward, debris clouding as its organs shuddered violently. A furious roar declared the price for daring to harm the mayor. With each strike, the blood ape's spirit fractured, collapsing. It strained its last strength, regenerating a bulging right arm with cracking skin. Screaming madly, it charged, vowing to kill the mortal. Its colossal punch swept down with deadly aftershocks, but Yi Hei calmly faced it. Their fists clashed, compressing air into a vacuum as black-red lightning exploded. The titan arm burst apart, muscles torn, blood spraying, bones shattered. Yet his cold eyes and defiant smile showed the foe was spent and finished. He gathered energy, ready to unleash the final atomic breath. Suddenly, soul-ripping pain struck, vision darkening as he nearly collapsed, forcing him to summon star spirits to shield his fractured soul. Regaining control, he scanned the battlefield, body taut as a drawn bow. From the ashes, pale jade-like arms rose, slender and eerie in the wind. The dying black ape was lifted by those strange hands, as if in a ritual dragging it away. His eyes blazed as he reached to drag the beast back by brute force. But as he moved, Titan's body was shackled, pale arms chaining him from shoulders to elbows. He roared, releasing the nuclear core inside, erupting like a volcanic blast. Heat soared to 1,000 degrees, his Titan body detonating in cobalt blue flames. The beast armor dissolved, flesh melting, turning him into a living furnace. The ground boiled, water evaporated, the gripping arms burned to ash instantly. Meanwhile, the crippled ape was carried by the white hands toward the Hidden Realm's gate, only steps away. It glanced back, seeing Titan advance like a wrathful god, trembling in true fear of death. Under his feet, the scorched land and fields of hands were crushed and burned away. He roared, seizing the target with his blazing hand before it could flee. But just then, a woman's eerie laughter echoed from the crack as white hands surged like a tide. Among the sea of hands, a woman's head emerged, half her face hidden by long white fingers, lips curled in a sinister smile. Seeing the grotesque sight, Yi Hei's heart sank in horror, questioning what creature this was. No, this was beyond beasts. The crushing pressure could annihilate him instantly. The woman tilted her head slightly, as if recognizing his presence. Then her mouth opened wide, a shrill scream tearing space itself. The sound pierced all defenses, striking straight into Yi Hei's spirit. He roared in agony, soul shredded as if carved by burning blades. The Titan's nape exploded violently, blood and flesh scattering. From the mangled flesh, Yi Hei emerged, drenched in blood, eyes blazing with madness. He roared like a beast, challenging the demon that it would not slaughter and leave so easily. He poured every last drop of nuclear energy into his core, ready to erupt. The Titan body turned. Godzilla entered total destruction mode, plasma flames burning until only a blazing skeleton remained. He drove the fiery skeleton into the crack, incinerating the grasping hands, earth splitting like an opened abyss. He gritted his teeth and hurled a nuclear bomb as a final fiery farewell. The colossal skeleton stepped into the crack, then erupted in a blue-white blast that consumed all. The woman's head kept glaring until the end, her hateful eyes unwavering. A burst of light shot through the rift, sweeping away darkness and flames, bright like a reborn dawn. From afar, soldiers stared at the explosion, saying Mayor Huang truly defeated the beast, holding formation and using his sacrifice. The nuclear blast swept through, burning the red-eyed ape, sealing the rift and stopping the beasts from pouring out. And Kang's army launched a full counterattack, fought day and night, wiped out all monsters in the city, then collapsed like survivors from hell. The defense ended in bloody victory, with over 80% lost, but An Kang still stood. Deep in the black ashes of Swan Lake, the explosion's center still glowed with deadly radiation. On the scorched ground, the air thickened with radioactive mist like toxic fog. After many days unconscious, he slowly opened his eyes, waking in the ruins. Though the nuclear energy was spent, the residual radiation nourished him, turning the place into a living charger. Looking at his hand, he laughed bitterly, thinking if Huang hadn't dragged the ape into the blast, things would be different. Without the radiation's support and his ability to re-trigger blasts from endless monster samples, he wouldn't exist. The cursed-headed beast was killed only by rare timing, terrain, and luck. He knew he was far from the peak. BG-level beasts defied understanding. A single mistake could destroy all, and such victory could not repeat. He raised his eyes to the gray sky, urgency surging in his heart. He vowed to grow faster, the shortest path being to fuse the planetary Godzilla sample, which required gathering high plant-type monster cores before time ran out. In a flash, a month passed. Through the news, Yi Hei learned the disaster's horror. 18 cities attacked, 12 utterly collapsed, turned into monster hunting grounds. Worst was Guangshan, where an S-rank rift erupted. The whole city swallowed in strange gray mist, completely lost. The nation sent Star Arts Aid 30 martial artists, 5 Grand Masters, led by Du Jing Mingbut, all vanished, forcing Patriot warrior Fu Hongsheng to intervene. 8 hours later, Fu Hongsheng returned drenched in blood, saving only 2. Guangshan was declared the world's 11th forbidden zone. 1.8 million perished. He clenched his fist silently, realizing if even such a warrior nearly died, humanity now hung by a thread. Resolution flared. He jumped up, shut off the news, and immediately called Tan Lan. A familiar, lazy voice asked if he still wanted to learn Liu Clan's unfinished martial skills. He shook his head, directly requesting her help to find high-grade plant-type monster cores, at least blue, preferably purple Lord tier. She paused, then laughed with intrigue and doubt. Lord tier plant cores were near mythical, so what would he pay? He answered firmly, promising to join Liu Qingju in winning first place at the Huadu University Secret Realm trial. Tan Lan smiled, half joking and half warning, saying in the capital other geniuses were far stronger, and beating Liu Qingju might not be enough. He stayed calm, declaring the Liu clan had no other choice, vowing that if he failed, he would serve the family for life, even as her personal servant without complaint. Hearing that, Tan Lan burst out laughing, both helpless and amused, teasing him for his smooth tongue. Then she softened but firmly agreed to help once, reminding him this was his only chance. At the hospital gate, a black-yellow motorcycle braked hard as he jumped off the borrowed luxury ride from his brother. The crowd recognized Yi Hei, the one who slew a monster alone, erupting in cheers for autographs and friendship, suffocating him with sudden fame. He pushed through the crowd into room 6, where Jojo and Luo Xian were recovering. Seeing Jojo wrapped in bandages with only one eye exposed, he nearly laughed. Got scolded for mocking instead of visiting, and his gifts were just items fans shoved at him. Suddenly, another voice called his name. It was Luo Xian, his first opponent in the qualifiers, reproaching him for forgetting so quickly. Seeing Luo Xian's legs wrapped in bandages, his tone softened. He admitted Luo Xian might be weak on the battlefield, but his heart was worthy of a warrior. Luo Xian caught their pitying looks and grumbled, saying not to look like he was dying. If his legs failed, machine limbs with cannons would do. His phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Seeing an unknown number, he instantly rejected and blocked it, as casually as tossing trash. But 10 seconds later, it rang again from another number. Clearly, the caller wouldn't give up. When he learned it was the principal reminding him he'd blocked a high-ranking leader, he froze, realizing he had sabotaged his own future. He hurriedly unblocked and answered, hearing Wang Dao, Huadu University's admissions head, inform him the semester would start early with a private train in 3 days. Though wanting to complain, he outwardly obeyed smoothly. At the same time, Jojo also received a call from Director Liu of the school, politely confirming attendance, his proper manners earning praise. With 2 future prodigies of Jingdu University in the ward, Liu Jun panicked, hiding under his blanket and even considering the floor as safer. But before enrollment, he still had one crucial task to complete. Days later, the sky above Swan Lake remained gray, radioactive dust and nuclear debris hanging, turning it into eternal twilight. In the dead zone, he sat meditating, the ground beneath scorched into wrinkled glass reflecting like molten crystal. In Demonera state, he absorbed radiation, skin blackened rough like obsidian, spine crystallized pale blue, his body like a deformed immortal fueled by nuclear power. His muscles swelled, heat bursting from pores like an overstrained pressure cooker. When he opened his eyes, green light flashed in his pupils, and he pulled up his status panel to view results after 3 days of training. Stats showed Physical 27.4, Demonera Sync 38.9%, Titan Sync 90%, Infinite Sample active. Thanks to the recent battle, Demonera Sync rose 1.5%, and 3 days training in the nuclear zone added 6%, turning death into a cultivation holy land. The time came. He knelt, gathering energy to depart. Green light burst as he shot skyward with a supersonic boom. At Ankang's high-speed rail station, the speaker announced train G66666 to Huadu West, departing in 5 minutes, urging passengers to check tickets. Jojo stood waiting at the platform, suitcase beside him, expression calm. His eyes flickered, lips curved faintly, whispering, "He's here." A thunderous explosion echoed, shockwaves rolling out. Martial artists in the station panicked, assuming more monsters, snapping into battle stances, some drawing weapons. A familiar voice reassured the crowd before a figure landed lightly like a cat, causing no shock, only heat steaming from his heels. Green light flickered at his feet, steam rising as Yi dusted himself off, grinning, just in time, making people's hearts race, mistaking him for another beast. The pressure he emitted surpassed Blood Key Masters, forcing all to admit he was Ankai's pride. Jojo blinked in surprise, realizing his friend had advanced yet again. The city once drowned in beast tides now faded into a distant silhouette. The ruined fortress became a milestone marking the start of a journey into a new world. Closing. And Kang's chapter. His eyes hardened toward the horizon, resolved to move forward. Huadu. The Jingdu student train gleamed red, black, and gold, its design luxurious and imposing. Its alloy body could withstand crushing tons and strikes from beast kings. For safety, at least 5 Swangale warriors guarded it, with even a hidden grandmaster aboard. This was the carrier for the nation's elite youth, each a future leader of humanity's defense. Yi He expanded his domain, scanning the train, finding only a few could endure 3 moves. Jojo snapped at him to stop bragging. Suddenly, a violent blast shook the train, alarms blaring that the Kingdo train was under attack. Announcements ordered students to evacuate and forbade combat. Chaos spread as people debated whether it was a test or real raid. With the nation weakened by the loss of many masters, students argued fiercely about retreating or fighting. Jojo gave his friend a sharp look. Yihei lazily complained of lacking sleep, wanting only rest. But then he sprang up, choosing to act instead of waiting. The two advanced quietly from the rear car, on high alert. At car 5, they found a bloodied freshman staggering before collapsing, leaving a clue to the disaster ahead. The bloody freshman gasped that the first 3 cars had fallen. The enemy used spatial powers to trap fighters, nearly all Swan guards slain, and he was pushed out to warn them, naming himself Zhao Jingxian, begging everyone to flee. His words hit like a hammer, sinking morale as fear and panic spread through the car. A harsh voice cut through as a burly man with lion-like hair stepped forward, exuding overwhelming dominance. He demanded proof, asking about the comrades and why only Zhao Jingxian escaped. Suspicion grew as he stressed his close friend ahead was top tier and couldn't all be defeated. With that, he strode forward decisively, a group of students following in agreement. Zhao Jingxian screamed desperately in fear, begging everyone to believe him. But few stopped. In despair, his eyes lit up when he recognized Yihei. Yihei confirmed his identity but stayed wary, sensing abnormal energy from him. Zhao mentioned Liu Qingju, who had shown him Yihei's photo and warned to stop him from advancing to the front cars. Yihei asked in surprise if she truly said that. Zhao confirmed, adding that Qingju had been gravely injured, saving him. He admitted helplessness before the other students but trusted Yihei to honor her last message. Before feeling moved, Yihei tapped Zhao's head, mocking him for rushing to read a will while she still lived. Then he turned to Jojo, declaring he would go ahead despite denying it outwardly, citing a promise to Anton. Suddenly, Zhao Jingxian blocked their way, firmly refusing, surprising Yihei with his stubbornness. Immediately, Jojo released a decisive sword aura at Zhao on Yihei's signal. Zhao sneered, easily dispersing it, mocking that someone like Liu Qingju wouldn't bother with the violent. But in his opening, Yihei suddenly struck with a direct punch, compressed force doubling him over in pain, a crude yet effective blow. Zhao writhed, nearly spitting blood, but Yihei shoved a blood recovery pill into his hand, forcing him to hold it to stay conscious. Dusting his sleeve, he urged Jojo to go verify what kind of lair lay ahead. They neared the door to car 3, the atmosphere heavy as if the whole train held its breath. The gate was shrouded in swirling gray mist, flickering with light, resembling an entrance to another dimension. Yihei spotted an abandoned suitcase, picked it up as a test item. Instantly, the suitcase vanished completely, making no sound, as if swallowed by the mist. Life sense detection was nullified. He deduced many freshmen had entered, his eyes lighting with interest to follow. Without hesitation, he and Jojo stepped into the twisting fog, their forms distorted, then dissolved. On the other side, Yihei appeared alone, while Jojo vanished without a trace. They had entered side by side, yet only he remained. A sudden dizziness struck, making him frown, sensing an unseen hand intervening. Distant flickering light steadied him, prompting him to advance cautiously. Crossing the boundary, he found himself in a frozen wasteland of ruins, the ashen sky bleak as if about to die. Rarely did his face turn so grim, as life sensing seemed erased or wiped from reality. Facing the strange domain, he unleashed a technique, bending his knees and rocketing skyward like a missile. In an instant, he landed atop a collapsed skyscraper, his gaze sweeping the cold horizon. He gathered chi, forming a sphere seal to absorb unstable energy in the air. Though obscured, he still sensed hidden eyes watching. Yihei smirked in challenge, releasing energy into a sky-shaking blast that tore the gray clouds. The sphere exploded, a blue streak cutting across the sky, shredding the mist like torn paper. All freshmen in the city froze mid-run, eyes drawn to the blast. Many were stunned, shouting in disbelief, some thinking a god had descended. Some were dazed, others cursed, while a few stayed cold as if unaffected. But Jojo recognized it as a signal, drawing his sword and rushing toward the blast site. On a high floor, Liu Qingju looked out the window, pale-faced, the blue light confirming he was here. She gazed at the explosion, quietly blaming him for ignoring her warning and showing up. Atop the skyscraper, Yihe knew he had become a beacon drawing both allies and foes. He heard heavy footsteps echoing from behind. A cloaked figure wearing a white pig mask, dragging a rusty chain with a bloodied blade, appeared. Recognizing the mask as a true opponent, Yihe ignited blue fire at his feet, charging with a punch to shatter the false face. But the foe's dagger pierced his defense faster than his strike. The steel blade stabbed into his stomach, through reinforced skin, yet his fist still smashed the masked man's face. Blue flames erupted, destructive heat enough to melt steel, engulfing the pig's head. Yet the man stood firm, unmoved. His face cold and expressionless. He gripped the dagger tightly, slowly twisting the blade inside Yihe's body. Still, Yihe's body was like steel walls, unmoved by the wrenching force. He sneered through the pain, mocking his extraordinary regeneration as his abdomen pushed the blade out. Yihe seized the mask with both hands, ripping it away and roaring in preparation for a killing blow. Blue fire blasted into the enemy's mouth, burning within, the stench spreading as the man collapsed with a melted throat. He looked down at the charred mask fragment, his eyes icy with judgment. With a smirk, he declared he had kept his promise to tear it apart, marking the fight's end. From the ashes, he pulled out a strange pendant, excited as if looting a dungeon trophy. Beside it lay the useless dagger. Only the pendant seemed suspicious, and he thought he might need to collect all the masks. Suddenly, a sharp whistling cut through the air. Instantly, a red aura burst from his body, swallowing the arrow aimed at his head. Irritated, he grumbled about being ambushed again before he could even catch his breath. Cracking his knuckles, he readied to charge, most furious at cowardly sneak attacks. But a spear suddenly shot up through the concrete, piercing his foot. At the same time, the hidden archer unleashed a volley of arrows aimed at his vital points. From his perspective, the fight was already over. Yihe sneered, treating the barrage as child's play. He roared, bloodline power erupting, body transforming into the Retramortita war form with a massive flaming skeleton regenerating endlessly. The spear was forced aside by surging flesh and bone. He seized the shaft, locking the attacker in place. With his other hand glowing red-black, he smashed the ground, triggering a violent blast that collapsed the roof as he vanished with the fall. From afar, the building looked as if struck down by a god. Amid the ruins, he coldly muttered about finding who dared plot his death. A short man in a black suit with a red-eyed rabbit mask appeared, wielding a newly regenerated spear. The rabbit crouched, calves bulging, ready to launch. In an instant, he shot forth like a cannon, wind shrieking as he charged Yihe. Yihe countered with a powerful kick, but the foe twisted mid-air, deflecting smoothly. Stunned, Yihe cursed inwardly at the rabbit's trick-like combat style. Before he could think further, a gleaming blade thrust forward, danger pressing close. Suddenly, icy wind swept through, freezing the spear mid-flight. Zhou Cho appeared, intervening just in time to reverse the situation. Walls of ice rose around the enemy, locking him in a frigid prison. Zhou Cho shouted, his sword plunging down from above, taking the lead in the clash. The blade targeted the neck, but the rabbit twisted narrowly aside, evading death. His breath surged wildly, clearly slipping into berserk state. Sword and spear clashed, sparks flying in rapid succession as they exchanged dozens of blows in an instant, evenly matched. On the next clash, Zhou infused icy chi into his sword, freezing the spear mid-swing. At that instant, he lunged, his palm crashing like lightning into the rabbit's chest. The foe tried to block with the spear but still staggered under the shockwave. Regaining stance, he heard a cracking sound from his belly, danger closing in. Massive arms suddenly seized him from behind. Yi-Hei roared, locking him in a bone-crushing bear hug. At the same time, a blinding green light split the black clouds above like a divine cannon, dividing heaven and earth. Minutes earlier, in a distant abandoned building, two freshmen peeked from a broken window. The boy sneered, assuming the area had been blown to ashes. The girl glanced, dismissing Yi-Hei as a provincial lucky fool, flaunting like fireworks. They argued that only top scorers from major cities were truly fearsome. Many soloing masked foes. One insisted the new city champion must be among them. The other denied it, claiming urban prodigies always dominated from childhood training. As they spoke, a thunderous explosion erupted, leaving them stunned. They exchanged bewildered looks, shocked by the overwhelming power displayed. Everywhere, freshmen hunting masked foes froze, eyes fixed on the massive light streak across the sky. Zheng Xiong drove his great blade into the ground, cleaving through a corpse. He coldly asked what was his opinion on this. Aoyang Che, in a wide coat, judged it unlikely to be the mask's style, more likely caused by a freshman. He suspected that aside from Huadu elites, no one else could unleash such terrifying power. Aoyang Che decided to head to the scene, listing the number of pendants each group held. They guessed the rules followed the 12 zodiac, with only 5 symbols yet unclaimed. The dragon was considered the final boss, and meeting it meant only escape. Whoever released the blue light must own multiple pendants, so strong groups would surely converge. Aoyang Che, half his face hidden in shadow, eyes burning with ambition, vowed to seize pendants from rivals. He had just slain the rabbit mask, gaining another pendant. Yi-Hei explained to Jojo that earlier he defeated the pig mask, suspecting the mission was to collect pendants from beast-headed foes. That meant they had to actively hunt them to advance. But someone had just ambushed from the rooftop. Clearly another mask exploiting chaos to slip away. The good news was it left energy traces, enough to track. Yet when they arrived, the place was empty. Only battle marks remained, all corpses already cleared. Jojo knelt to examine the scorch marks, finding the ground still warm. That meant the enemy was still nearby. Not far. Jojo gripped his ice sword tightly, instinctively slashing. A massive ice spike erupted, stabbing into the space ahead. A mocking voice rang out, complaining his stealth was exposed by a handsome ice user. Jojo sensed killing intent, and immediately struck again without mercy. From the heat haze, a flamboyantly dressed man appeared, his hand glowing red like a furnace. Lan Tu exclaimed, confirming he used fire-type gene arts, slamming his hand on the ice sword and triggering an explosion that engulfed the rooftop. He laughed, mocking the opponent's stealth as too weak, easily burned away. Yi-Hei coldly questioned, but Quan Tu quickly waved her hand, explaining they only ambushed after downing the chicken mask. Shen Xin stood beside, lighting a cigarette indifferently without reply. Yi-He narrowed his eyes, pressing them about the truth behind this cover. He suddenly pulled out a female figure identical to Lan Tu, choking her and holding her aloft. Wan Tu-Yu smirked, admitting even a clone was caught, showing disdain. Shen Xin chuckled, saying he never expected the ambush to succeed, and even wanted to reveal the real method. He flicked away his cigarette, cheeks swelling as if packed with explosives. He exhaled thick black smoke, surging toward the opponents. Yi-He crushed the clone and dragged Jojo back from the cloud. But Quan Tu pulled out a golden talisman fan, blocking their retreat, calling them to stay. She swung the fan, whipping up violent winds. The gale compressed the smoke, spreading it across the yard. Shen Xin calmly added fire from his fingertips. The mixture exploded into a blazing firestorm, heat distorting the space. He sneered, saying power meant nothing if they lost, then winked at Quan Tu. A piercing blast erupted from within the sea of flames. Yi-Hei stepped out of the inferno, clapping his hands to extinguish the fire completely, mocking his foes. Qi Shenshin was shocked, unable to believe the opponent extinguished the flames with a clap. Before he could react, Yi Hei's punch rushed in. The thunderous strike left Qi Shenshin helpless to dodge. With a loud blast, he was hurled off the arena like a rocket. Lan Si was stunned that Yi Hei completely dominated, his aura far beyond any new martial fighter, on another level entirely. She panicked upon realizing her legs were secretly frozen solid by Chu Zhou. Even with Qi and Shin's support, they could not win. The only choice was escape. She screamed, swinging her talisman fan to create a bursting whirlwind. The wind blades shattered the ice, lifting her body skyward. Lan Si, terrified, widened her eyes and decided to retreat immediately. But the opponent leapt up, grabbed her slender ankle and dragged her down. She screamed in terror, cursing him as insane. He roared and slammed her into the ground, raising dust and leaving a crater. He raised his fist again, his aura like death ready to strike. Desperate, Lan Si unleashed her final all-out attack. A huge smoke burst out, countless clones scattering everywhere. He laughed and activated Illusion Prison, summoning demon shadows. The red-black beasts rushed out, crushing all her clones. Lan Si turned pale with fear, frozen like a statue. He sneered coldly, declaring her fate was sealed. She knelt in surrender, offering the necklace so Yi Hei could add 2 more pieces. He smirked, forcing her to confess everything. About Ai Sen, the snake and tiger necklaces, and the rule of collecting 12 faces. She revealed that top players like Wu Yang and Jin Zhongxiang already held 4 pieces, volunteering to guide. But her scheme failed as Yi Hei refused, only admiring her fan, leaving her devastated. At the same time, in an abandoned city zone, Jiang Chao and Wu Yang moved quietly among the scrap, planning to let others slaughter each other before seizing the necklaces. Jean suddenly halted mid-air, sensing something strange. Aoyang Che landed and saw a horrifying sight. An Chen's corpse cut in half, discarded like trash. The victim's face was frozen in incomplete terror. Before this, Shi Yi and Chun were blasted away by Yi Hei, and Wan Siyu was also struck. He was truly a monster, turning the exam into a massacre. Metal scraping on the road screeched chillingly. A tall, lanky figure in a black dragon mask, wielding a long blade, appeared like a king of hell. Red, distorted eyes glowed from one socket, inhuman. Xu Yincheng cried out in horror it was a dragon. Streetlights flickered as if the whole city trembled at its presence. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared 10 meters ahead, ghostly fast. When the light went out, he also disappeared, leaving eerie darkness. When the lamps flickered back, Xu Yincheng's body was cut in half, and the snake necklace was in the dragon mask man's hand. Ouyang Che examined the wound, confirming the slash was chillingly sharp, done only by a sovereign. Duan Zhengxiang was stunned, recalling the time he led over 20 people into the underground site. But back then, only 2 survived, thinking the enemy was just an illusion. Now, the fresh blood proved everything was real, not simulated. Aoyang Che wiped his sweat, haunted by the dragon mask's light like a nightmare. Ian's voice pulled him back, asking how to respond after losing the necklace. Ouyang Che said the dragon had escaped, likely due to activation conditions, and was now hunting necklace holders. He decided not to hide anymore, calling to gather everyone and seize all pieces first to stop the dragon's rule. Aoyang Che activated royal bloodline. Golden armor and dragon wings flared brightly. He soared into the sky, roaring like a battle dragon, shattering the clouds. The roar echoed through the city, challenging all survivors. In the ruins, Liu Qingju lay dying, recalling the dragon mask monster's massacre of students. She had refused the chance to escape, staying behind to warn that fool. When green light exploded across the dead sky, her heart sank. He had truly stepped in. Helpless, she still thought he might survive with insane power, as long as he avoided the dragon. She tried to rise but froze under the marrow-piercing roar of bloodline, like prey locked in place. A man with bird bloodline found her, clearly targeting the necklace. She never cared for it, but now thought to use it as bait to lure him to where even monsters feared. In the sky, Yang sensed a familiar bloodline signal. He smiled, recognizing Liu Qingju, a rare bird clan of his line, holding the pearl necklace. But she headed toward the underground lot, raising his suspicion. He guessed she meant to lure him into the dragon's lair, shook his head pitying, and told his team to hold position while he claimed the spoils. A massive explosion blew apart a building, steel and concrete collapsing like a hellish roar. Yang emerged from the smoke with blazing fire wings, exuding dominance, calmly declaring Liu Qingju could not escape. Metal clashing sounds made him shiver, sweating, mumbling disbelief. A monstrous figure with burning red eyes and a long blade emerged from bloody smoke. The dragon god terrifying Yang, who held 4 necklace pieces. He realized if the dragon god targeted those with the most emblems, he had walked into death. The dragon god's eyes flashed purple, its gaze like a holy sword piercing his soul, shattering his arrogance. He froze with chills, trapped, as anyone meeting its eyes was pulled into its world. The space warped, his attacks misaligned and reflexes halved. He was shocked to realize this was a domain, power beyond imagination. Gritting his teeth, he knew only by defeating the dragon god could he escape this special space. The dragon god in half-human, half-dragon form charged, black aura surging, red eyes radiating death. Blades of sword energy forced Yang to raise golden wings as a massive shield. The dragon god leapt, swinging its sharp weapon, the clash shaking the skies. Shockwaves destroyed skyscrapers, earth heaving like a raging sea. Elsewhere, Yan Zhengxiang faced Yi He, his great sword trembling under crushing pressure, roaring with fury as Yi He countered with cold nuclear energy. Yi He stood firm, icy gaze mocking his opponent as meaningless posturing. From behind, Chu Zhou approached calmly with an ice sword, requesting to test himself against Yi He. Yan Zhengxiang dove from above like a beast, tiger spirit roaring behind him, golden blade raised, mocking that his foe could never catch him. Chu Zhou stepped forward, drew his sword, icy light flashing in his eyes as he uttered Ice Vein, altering the air. Sword light slashed out, freezing the ground, ice spears rising to encircle, but Yan Zhengxiang shattered them with a violent strike. With a beastly grin, he growled that the enemy must stay and die. His body lunged, red blade slamming down like thunder, clashing with Chu Zhou's ice sword in a deafening blast. Chu Zhou staggered half a step, sweating at the savage strength. After shock, his eyes blazed, gripping his sword as blue light surged, sword energy erupting wildly. Blocking the strike, his cold voice confirmed unity with the sword. He roared, declaring his soul fused with the blade, becoming the soul sword able to destroy the opponent's spirit. Yan Zhengxiang, enraged, charged with flaming hair as his giant tiger spirit roared into battle. His massive blade spun, red sword aura clashing against blue dragon spirit, shaking heaven and earth with each tiger-dragon collision. Outside the raging storm, Yi He sat leisurely on a rock, eyes amused as if watching a play, without concern. Suddenly, Yan Zhengxiang sensed Aji's desperate call. His energy faltered, sweat pouring as his heart warned of disaster. Chu Zhou struck precisely, dim light forcing Yan Zhengxiang back, face flushed with fury. He gritted his teeth, shouting that if not for other matters, he would have crushed his foe's ribs. As he tried to leave, a cold voice stopped him. Yi He appeared, his hand forming a nuclear spear that descended before Zhengxiang could react. The strike exploded like thunder, pressure crushing the ground. The energy wave ripped through streets, setting off chained explosions in smoke and fire. Yan Zhengxiang was blasted away, bloodied and broken, terrified and confused, while Yi He casually mocked his punch. Humiliated and enraged, he roared an oath to kill his enemy. 3 minutes later, he collapsed battered. Yi He sneered that others fared even worse against his fist. Yi He calmly picked up the great blade, swung it, and declared it his own, ignoring his opponent's hateful, powerless glare. He infused energy into the weapon, turning it into a vicious blade wrapped in blue thorns, his eyes glowing with cruel satisfaction. Chu Zhou approached, showing a glowing necklace, reporting to Yi He that he found something strange in the enemy's space. The green jade radiated mysterious light, inscribed with shifting runes that seemed to send hidden signals. Suddenly, darkness swallowed the light as a dark barrier formed, echoing with swords and explosions. From the smoke, Ouyang Jie appeared, body torn, golden wings bloodied, trembling as he admitted the dragon god had truly arrived. Ouyang Jie fell into despair, eyes red, choking as he confessed his journey ended here. The dragon god closed in, purple aura raging, eyes burning souls. Ouyang Jie despaired, realizing even with sealing needles he could never touch it, his last hope gone. The dragon god's jaws struck down. Ouyang Jie, helpless and bleeding, met death with only regret. Suddenly, Shela's sword slash tore through space, ripping apart the dark barrier. Ouyang Jie's chest was pierced, blood dripping as his eyes rolled back, lips opening with words that never came. At the same time, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Liu Qingju, battered and bleeding, forced herself up the steps, trembling as she urged herself toward the rooftop light, mind haunted by the dragon god. She knew the enemy's power far exceeded anyone's. Even Ouyang Jie had fallen, and she might be next. Her only hope was Yi He's arrival. Clutching the necklace, she prayed her signal reached him from the city's tallest tower. Gritting her teeth, she ignited her bloodline, eyes turning into ghostly purple phoenix, energy surging as violet lightning suffocated the air. Phoenix-shaped energy waves spread, the earth quaked, and purple light spiraled skyward, pulling everything around. But the power overwhelmed her, making her collapse in pain, gasping that Yi He might see her signal. Suddenly, metallic echoes like death calls rang out, making her look up in terror, purple eyes trembling. Liu Qingju staggered to the rooftop's edge, clinging to the wall and peering down. From below, a figure shrouded in violet light slowly ascended. Without seeing clearly, she instantly recognized Chen Long, her heart clenching in fear as she still tried to send Yi He away. He opened his eyes, purple pupils flashing like death blades piercing her mind. Immediately she was pulled into an isolated dimension, the entire 100-meter area vanishing from reality. Chen Long appeared with a dark sword in this space, killing intent, freezing her body. He roared, half-dragon form erupting, slashing with a purple blade like thunder striking the sky. Liu Qingju trembled in despair, convinced death was seconds away as the blade neared. At that moment, nuclear energy exploded, tearing apart the dimension and deflecting the dragon god's strike. Yi He stepped through, eyes icy, sword shining, roaring his vow to protect as he slashed straight at the monster. Liu Qingju burst into tears of relief, crying with joy at his arrival. The dragon god was struck before countering, its body hurled into the ruins. Yi He roared in fury, calling the dragon god trash for daring to touch his woman. He gathered power, swinging a devastating sword like a meteor beyond all defense. The slash split a skyscraper, green-white light engulfing the city. Amid chaos, he told Liu Qingju to retreat east to Chuzhou and the new disciples while he faced the dragon mask foe. With those words, he turned into lightning, nuclear energy exploding as he shattered the space. The blast toppled towers, turning the city into a wasteland battlefield. Among ruins, Yi He faced the dragon god emerging from shadows, radiating killing intent and black demonic power like a fallen devil. Yi He noticed a metal object lodged in its chest, recalling Yan Zhengxiong's secret scheme. Black aura erupted as the dragon god shot forward like lightning. Murderous intent, chilling. Yi He swung his sword, blue light blazing, fast enough to pierce void, spitting scornful words. The clash shook the earth, stone cracking and dust surging. Their blades collided, unleashing a blinding explosion, shockwaves sweeping the world, Yi He holding firm, aura unshaken. Skyscrapers quaked, steel shattered, the scene collapsing. A streak of light tore the sky, slicing a building down into a violent vortex. The dragon god burst from smoke at extreme speed, raining strikes. Yi-Hei countered with nuclear-sharp sword flurries. A killing strike fell. Yi-Hei, terrified yet resisting, clashed in an explosion that set heaven and earth ablaze. Suddenly, green light flared within the thick smoke. The dragon god's eyes shifted, horrified at the sight. A massive energy column descended, blasting the dragon god through rows of buildings. From the smoke, Yi-He appeared as a colossal beast, voice thunderous, declaring he had found a worthy opponent. He smirked mockingly, admitting the foe was tougher than expected. In the rubble, a bloody hand gripped the debris. The dragon god emerged, eyes blazing red with rage and vicious ambition. Yi-He smiled arrogantly, asserting the foe was no easy prey. Like an enraged beast, the dragon god exploded with power, purple blade slicing the sky, death aura overwhelming. Yi-He's eyes widened, shocked at its speed surpassing expectations. Relentless strikes rained like a storm of destruction, shattering ground and leaving deep fissures. Yi-He kept retreating, sweating, admitting the unmasked foe surpassed him in speed and strength. The dragon god's blazing eyes swirled like a burning matrix, killing intent, freezing souls. From above, it slashed a purple blade down. Yi-Hei made a desperate block, the clash shattering the sky, his sword breaking in a cruel metallic snap. He cried out in shock, eyes wide at his shattered weapon. The dragon god did not stop, driving a fatal slash forward. The blade swept like death's scythe, glowing purple with annihilation. Cornered, Yi-He poured all strength into one last counterattack. In a frozen instant, he bit down on the blade, eyes cold, declaring the enemy captured. His right arm clenched, unleashing a mighty punch. The dragon god's ferocity turned to panic and horror. The glowing punch erupted like a nuclear blast, engulfing its face in blinding light. Not stopping, Yi-Hei gripped its wrist, voice like judgment, declaring the fight unfinished. He rained blows onto vital points, giving no breath of respite. His calm eyes noted the foe's meridians sealed by copper nails and body collapsing from internal strikes. The dragon god's eyes rolled back, blood streaming from nose and mouth, weapon slipping from limp hands. But before the blade fell, it was swung in a vicious arc toward Yi-Hei. Yi-Hei smirked, mocking the foe's stubbornness. He sidestepped and formed a nuclear spear with his left hand, piercing the dragon god's chest in an earth-shattering explosion. He raised a talisman fan covered in ancient runes, sneering that the enemy's only chance had passed, even as purple light pierced the artifact. He roared like a command, driving himself to break through. His body shot forward, unleashing a final counterstrike. Red and black energy merged into a storm, tearing heaven and earth, sword aura raging to annihilate the battlefield. The dragon god was dragged into the maelstrom, body shredded and bleeding, horrified at Yi-Hei's weapon's overwhelming power. Yi-Hei soared upward, glowing like a nuclear blast, roaring defiance as he unleashed a destructive storm. His strike fell like a meteor, exploding into a sea of light, bending space and shattering night. The dragon god's frail body burned and smoked, yet it struggled to remain standing. From above, Yi-Hei gathered more power, preparing another brutal assault. His cold voice intoned the technique's name, will of destruction spreading, palm of storm crushing dark heaven. The blazing punch tore down, smashing straight at the foe. Explosions roared, blue light pierced the city, toppling towers like paper. As dust cleared, the dragon god reappeared, body ruined but still clutching the cursed purple sword. From above, Yi-Hei sneered, calling him nothing but a weak insect. Yet the dragon god, bloodied but unyielding, eyes red and voice abyssal, roared in desperation and lunged with his sword. In his blood-crazed frenzy, he charged a final slash, but Yi-Hei appeared like a ghost, blade at his neck, ending it in a spray of blood. The dragon god's head was severed, flying through the air, its eyes frozen in terror. Yeeha calmly retrieved the dragon-carved jade necklace, blue light flashing in his eyes as he vowed he now held the dragon blood seal and would soon end the game. The news reached Yan Zhengxiong, making him break out in cold sweat and tremble in fear. Behind him, Chuzhou and Liu Qingju stood frozen like statues at the scene. Qingju shook, eyes anxious, softly blaming that Yeeha should not have faced Qianlong alone. Chuzhou replied calmly that anyone else would only drag him down. Qingju lowered her head, admitting painfully that her wounded body had become a burden, blaming herself helplessly. He's sudden voice startled her, making her stammer in confusion. He extended his hand, smirking playfully at her dazed look, leaving her flustered. The group gathered the necklaces, nearly forming the circle of 12 zodiac signs, but nothing reacted. Yeehe frowned in thought, while Chuzhou questioned if the order was wrong. Yan Zhengxiong slowly explained. The Iron Dragon did not need necklaces to hunt. It was born to kill holders of dragon jades. He pulled out a dragon necklace, triggering a faint sound like a mechanism opening. Everyone turned their eyes to Qingju, questioning, while Yan Zhengxiong cautiously suspected they had triggered a secret. At that moment, black clouds swirled on the horizon. A golden pillar of light burst forth, piercing the sky and striking the city. Yeehe looked up stiffly, pointing at the heavens with a trembling voice. Within the vast spinning light appeared a colossal blazing eye, opening wide as if watching the entire world. The gaze pierced Yeehe's soul, leaving him stammering in terror. A mysterious force dragged him upward, spinning like a leaf in a storm. In a blink, the darkness vanished, and he realized in shock he had returned to the real world. Chatter erupted everywhere, students confused to still be alive, haunted by memories of death in the otherworldly city. The broadcast system announced that all had just experienced an illusion from the demon eye, part of the entrance exam. The next announcement declared the team from Chang'an, led by Yeehe and companions, had won first place, with him showing overwhelming power. The crowd buzzed, some shocked, others resentful, while some secretly guessed Yeehe belonged to a hidden martial clan. Meanwhile, Yeehe looked calmly at the system, heart stirring at the notice of a special reward draw. A voice echoed in his mind congratulating him, confirming the unique prize from the trial was his. He smiled lightly, quickly asking Chuzhou for a wet cloth to clean his hands in preparation for the ceremony. At once, purple radiance erupted, green lightning spiraled, and a mysterious energy card floated in the center, making Yeehe clench his fist with resolve not to miss this chance. A blazing red monster in thin robes appeared, radiating killing intent that made Yeehe tremble in fear. Data of the blood-sucking demon. Lakut, possessor of immortal blood and control over blood, flashed in his mind. The bullet train sped toward Huada, the most prestigious academy. Yeehe, excited with the new SLR gold card that could stop time, thought it was destiny's turning point when a strange voice interrupted. He encountered Ouyang Jai suspiciously, while Yan Zhengxiong whispered advice to avoid trouble on the train. Yeehe coldly declared he not only defeated Qianlong, but also killed him, shocking the whole cabin. Ouyang Jai was stunned, repeating killed in his mind. After brief hesitation, he resolved himself and invited Yeehe to join a new club, resisting the native Huadu students' dominance. Jai extended his hand with burning eyes, seeing Yeehe's power as hope for change. The train cabin erupted with chatter, amazed that Jai would even give up the president's seat, calling it historic. Yeehe calmly refused, saying he sought freedom, leaving the cabin silent at his bold rejection. Ouyang Jai remained composed, handed Yeehe his card, and expressed hope for future cooperation. The train slowed into the station as golden sunset lit the scene and wheels roared like drums of welcome. Chuzhou looked out the window and softly said they had arrived. Yeehe was surprised, exclaiming as the sight outside struck him. Before him spread magnificent Hua-Du, glowing with neon, unlike his rustic hometown. The stream of freshmen left the train, blending into the hurried crowd. A female staff guided the group through the designated path to the school. Footsteps echoed on the tiles as Yi Hei observed the modern scenery with quiet emotion. Suddenly, a sharp crashing sound made the crowd turn their heads. A fast object shot past unbelievably, leaving everyone stunned. Cold speakers announced that students must board planes according to assigned seats. Yi Hei, following the group, unexpectedly met Liu Qingju and cheerfully called her by a pet name, making her blush. Her mother's reminder echoed in her mind to keep distance from her fiancé in public. Her face reddened as she scolded him for acting openly, while he awkwardly asked why they had to fly. Qingju sighed, thinking of his rusticity, then bluntly said, Hua Da was in the sky. Yi Hei looked up in shock, while she softly whispered, it was a city among the clouds. The plane pierced the clouds, revealing the grand metallic Hua-Du Academy floating apart from the earth. The fighter-shaped plane passed through a glowing honeycomb energy shield surrounding the academy. Yi Hei was astonished that the defense system even limited his sensors, admiring Hua-Du's sophistication. The aircraft landed, and he disembarked with Chuzhou via the automatic stairs, reminded to ready student cards. He took out his personal card showing his photo, detailed info, and clearly printed S rank. A school train arrived, and speakers invited freshmen aboard to head to the dormitory. The train glided through the academy's modern space, running on magnetic rails. Sitting inside, Yi Hei shouted excitedly about the highest city, drawing mockery from nearby students. The transparent elevator took them up. Chuzhou said his room was A3 on the 42nd floor, while Yi Hei's was B7 on the 45th. Entering the spacious single room, he was stunned by its 100-square-meter luxury. He rushed to the desk, marveling at the computers and modern equipment. In the shiny bathroom was a big tub and even a small rubber duck, making him cheer happily. Lying on the soft bed, he felt like he was in a luxury hotel. Then he sobered, determined to start his plan, first by loading data for the Dracula simulation. With experience, he knew to use the student card to access Hua-Du Tong, where all transactions used study points, and he converted 30 million cash into a small amount. The notice showed over 300 points added, frustrating him at the high rate, though he admitted the store was premium with privileges. He opened the app, focused on buying blood-related items to complete the Dracula simulation, confident samples would suffice. A delivery drone landed at his window within moments, with an electronic voice thanking him and wishing good training, shocking him at the speed. Hugging the magic stone package excitedly, he absorbed it, body trembling as his nails grew long and sharp. His inner system showed Dracula at 100% compatibility, unlocking hints of Lakut Guarudo, revealing superior physical power. Horrified before the mirror, he saw blood-red eyes and bulging veins, yet power surged clearly. His two sharp fangs protruded. He touched them and whispered in excitement, imagining draining opponents' blood. His fingers clenched, nails turning into bright red claws as sharp as blades. Sweating heavily, his eyes shone with reckless light as muscles swelled with a low growl. He slit his own neck, blood gushing out, staining the quiet room. In the mirror, blood still on his neck, he stared at himself with icy, probing eyes. Feeling no pain, he calmly observed each transformation inside his body. The wound on his neck closed rapidly, revealing extraordinary healing ability. He whispered with shining eyes, noting his skin-healing speed now far surpassed before. Looking at his hand, he realized the new bloodline was burning through him, unleashing endless potential and battle hunger. Minutes later, he left the bathroom bare-chested with bulging muscles, entering the soundproof training room and smiling at its martial design. At that moment, a beast awakened within, with blazing red energy swirling around his strong body. His blue eyes flared, heartbeat and aura dyed red with battle intent. In front appeared the blood-sucking demon Lakut, a monstrous body with claws and demonic wings made for slaughter. Yi-hee faced it with icy eyes, challenging. Try landing a punch on me. As his words ended, the ground shook and the crimson monster roared like a maddened beast. Behind it appeared the former master, body pitch black, eyes blazing red like hellfire, aura overwhelming. A terrifying punch shot out like lightning, carrying a howling storm. Yi-hee crossed his arms before his chest, eyes extremely wary. The violent clash exploded, flinging him back with blood spraying across the space. The strike's power felt like it would crush bones, distorting the surrounding space. Kneeling and bleeding from his shoulder, he still glared fiercely, hoarsely praising the savagery before declaring his next move. The world suddenly fell silent as he growled softly, activating time freeze, with blue energy forming a static field. Time dripped slowly, each moment stretching on. His body swelled with force, red light swirling around him. Blood spilled from his mouth, yet his will remained unyielding as he defied fate and forced time to halt longer. Past 5 seconds, his body bled heavily, but he still strained, warping space violently. The foe in white rose armor stirred too late, missing the chance. A blast tore space apart, shattering the enemy into countless fragments like bullet rain. Yi-hee knelt in the rubble, bloodied, affirming he had surpassed the limits no predecessor could. In the morning sunlight over bustling streets, two walked slowly side by side. He shielded his eyes, complaining of the glare. She found it normal, while he admitted his bloodline made him light-sensitive, unburned but uncomfortable. Her question about education reform pulled him from thought. The school now used small groups with tutors, though he cared little, distracted by last night's game. He smirked teasingly, claiming only he needed worship while others did not, leaving Yi-hee confused. Then Chuzhou showed a notice that Yi-hee had cleared the Zodiac trial, earning the privilege to pick a tutor without refusal. She praised him with admiration as they chatted and laughed. A massive sports complex appeared, the sign of Stadium A gleaming under sunlight. The main hall was packed with freshmen queued in groups of 3 for selection, teachers using light panels to choose. Yi-hee sighed at the crowd. He told Chuzhou to go ahead, saying he wanted to wander since choosing a teacher wasn't urgent. With a relaxed look, he left the line, muttering in boredom about picking instructors. Suddenly, he smelled a sinister, bloody scent filled with killing intent, shaking his energy. He instantly rushed toward the red aura with lightning steps. A shocking scene unfolded before him, leaving him stunned. A small girl sat on the roadside holding a loaf of bread. A dangerous aura radiated from her, making Yi-hee doubt, unable to believe such a young face hid terrifying killing intent. Her eyes gleamed as if piercing through him. The girl said he trained his flesh body, shocking him at how she knew. Her tone and bearing were oddly mature, claiming she once helped Little Hu perfect his cultivation method. He was shocked at the mention of Xiao Hu, recalling the towering, fierce, muscular man who laughed arrogantly. The girl claimed to be Liu Chenghu's master, pride shining in her eyes. Yi-hee was stunned that such a girl called herself teacher of that legend. He thought martial artists could alter their bodies to appear as children, but her pure eyes left him torn between real innocence or extreme pretense. She lifted her face, eyes bright like the moon, mocking him. Yi-hee sneered that believing himself as Qin Shi Huang was more credible, when darkness suddenly engulfed. A cold, killing aura dragged him into hell, bloody illusions forming as a massive blade cut off his head helplessly. Above, the small girl stood silent, eyes red as blood, her body cloaked in shadow radiating terrifying aura. The illusion faded, cold sweat soaked him. Yi-hee's heart raced. He trembled, muttering how pure killing intent made him feel truly dead. He opened his mouth to scream strangely, but she placed a strawberry lollipop to his lips, gently saying it was her favorite. The sweetness calmed his nerves. She pretended to beg, apologizing for overdoing it, asking him not to tell the school, lamenting she could only go out for minutes each week. Sucking the candy, Yi-hee looked at her with mixed, curious eyes, softly asking who she really was. She smiled proudly, introducing herself as Gong Ji, a grandmaster, boasting she once beat Hua Da Principal Shi as a child until he cried. Her name shook him, his heart exploding. If true, she was a true master, making him kneel instantly as his mind connected all clues. He was certain only Gongji could help him break realms, and they both favored killing techniques. Eyes blazing, he solemnly bowed to become her disciple. Gongji froze, her face shifting from shock to awkwardness, sweating as if unable to grasp the sudden turn. At that moment, the freshman opening ceremony of Huadu University began in the arena. On the stands, rows of leaders and teachers radiated solemn aura. Students buzzed excitedly that all 5 deans attended. One student dreamed of being chosen by a dean, but others mocked, saying leaders were too busy to care about freshmen. Someone interjected, insisting the deans came for Yi Hethi, one who cleared the Zodiac trial. All tests had been secretly monitored by academy teachers. Every student's actions were recorded and scored, with careless ones immediately rated low. In the simulated city, each faced a Zodiac mask. Adaptability and strategy were key, yet only Yi Hei achieved total victory, even slaying Chen Long, the hidden boss, seen as an unbeatable death god. In a meeting room, a leader explained that Dragon was modeled after an Eastern war god. The simulation was recreated by the Nu Hua supercomputer using data from Fu Hongsheng, Xia Nation's undefeated war god. Though only a simulation, it mirrored reality closely, even recording Fu Hongsheng's Rakshasa eyes. Unbeaten for a century yet, Yi Hei defeated it. This feat proved extraordinary talent, enough to reach Grandmaster or higher if unimpeded. The council agreed to wait for his formal apprenticeship. Suddenly, a young lecturer rushed in with urgent news. Yi Hei had knelt to a special figure former imperial professor, now special staff, Gongji. The council erupted, stern faces paling as horrified shouts echoed. Elsewhere, Yi He clung to Gongji's leg, grinning like he found treasure. She awkwardly asked if he truly wished to apprentice, and he firmly affirmed. Her eyes showed helplessness as she revealed she had once been cast out by the Empire. Yi He pledged with passion to help her escape confinement within 2 years, begging to be accepted as disciple. Gongji brightened with hope, half believing, then nodded agreement, while Yi Hei rejoiced inwardly. As the apprenticeship ritual was about to begin, a group led by a silver-haired elder arrived with divine aura. Gongji sighed at the interruption. The elders sternly warned her, reminding of her promise not to contact students and declaring she was unfit to teach. Under pressure, Gongji turned to her new disciple asking his name. When he said Yi Hei, she cheerfully led him away, boldly calling him home. Beneath the sunlight, master and disciple won small, one resolute walked side by side, beginning anew. Ahead stood Huadu's Grand Research Institute, a modern marvel. Gongji skipped along as guide, while Yi Hei followed with sharp eyes, scanning every corner. They stopped at a door. She entered excitedly, while he remained puzzled about the place. In the elevator, he asked curiously, and Gongji admitted she had once been confined underground for losing control. After training, she was finally free, and he was her first student in decades. She glanced at him, eyes both doubtful and playful, asking why he didn't seem afraid. Yi Hei wiped sweat, forcing a smile, half joking that he feared being cut down by teacher. The elevator bell rang, doors opening to the ominous number 666. Before them lay a narrow, dim corridor. Yi Hei questioned the design, and Gongji said it was her private passage. They reached a steel door with an electronic countdown showing 11 seconds, tension thickening. Gongji panicked, shouting they were late, and dashed in, Yi He following while asking what the clock meant. She explained the system would alarm the entire academy if she missed the deadline, even branding her a fugitive. Yi Hei was shocked. They slipped through just as the counter hit 0. The steel door slammed shut with a thunderous quake. A net of energy instantly sealed the room, glittering like a prison. Gongji sighed in relief, drenched in sweat. Yi He grew wary, sensing a special magnetic field that crippled his inner force and weakened martial power. Gongji calmly said this was her prison, He stared in shock while she sneered, recounting how an acquaintance built a 3-floor underground apartment to confine her, complete with living room, kitchen, recreation, and training areas. She sprawled on a sofa amid beanbags, snacks, and half-finished games, complaining that despite all luxuries, the magnetic field suppressed her from breaking out. Yi-hei stood frozen, realizing this cell was no different from a fully supplied luxury villa. The scene shifted to the ancient-style Huadu University building, the central hub monitoring all activities. In a top-floor office, Principal Shisuo Jingwen received news that Yi-hei apprenticed under Gong Ji. Subordinates reported urgently. He replied calmly that Huadu's goal was to nurture peak powerhouses, not mediocrity. Let Yi-hei choose freely, the summer boot camp would test all freshmen. The aide obeyed. The screen showed Gong Ji's detailed file with an outburst risk of 10.3%. Monitoring confirmed both had entered isolation. Situation stable for now. Analysis showed Gong Ji's instability fluctuated 5 to 14%. While Yi-hei's casualty risk was extreme, survival barely over 10% if incident occurred, near certain death otherwise. Shisuo Jingwen stood by the glass, speaking gravely of special forces, either condemned martial artists with death sentences delayed, or those with uncontrollable power. He continued that the nation restricted their freedom but would unleash them in crises. Yi-hei must be ready for death, for without enduring it, he could not walk far on the killing path. His voice dropped, painting unrest. Northern Baiding Federation loomed. Shenjiang nation stirred. Xia's time was running out. Youth must mature fast. On the third-floor prison yard, Gong Ji broke the silence, wanting a spar to test her new disciple. Yi-hei brightened, asking eagerly after learning she had suppressed her cultivation to martial disciple realm. Gong Ji shrugged, grinning playfully, saying she almost forgot to suppress her power. Yi-he clenched his fists with fierce eyes, declaring readiness. Gong Ji said nothing, only warmed up, aura sharp. Flashbacks of his beheading shook him, but he gathered strength, determined not to repeat it. Suddenly, Gong Ji dashed like lightning, hair flying, eyes glowing blood red. Her strike aimed at his neck, cold as death's scythe. Yi-hei panicked, heart racing, suspecting it was a true killing move. He calculated escape paths, but she blocked all, cursing inwardly, forced to block directly. At the critical instant, his body burst forth, skin cracking to reveal dragon scale-like bio-armor, blue eyes glowing as he roared fiercely. Gong Ji mocked, noting he risked burning bloodline for reflexes, yet she still held speed advantage. Her supple body twisted like a steel whip, entangling him in a flash, proudly declaring herself one step faster. In an instant, she struck his armor's weak points in rapid succession, the blows echoing like hammers, sending him reeling and screaming in pain. Gong Ji disengaged, retreating to keep distance. Bloodied and trembling, he still smiled fiercely, praising his master's cruelty and feeling excited despite agony. Gong Ji touched his blood, tasting it with thrilled eyes, confessing she hadn't savored that tang in ages. Yi-hei looked up, wiping blood, voice both respectful and defiant, admitting weakness in body arts and asking to use forbidden martial techniques. Space warped as terrifying energy burst forth, his body enlarging into a giant like an ancient war god, eyes blazing like twin suns. As he powered up, he chuckled, thinking staying up late to complete the supergiant model was worth it. Gong Ji's red eyes showed both thrill and shock, realizing she might have taken a monster as disciple, her heart igniting with battle lust. She leapt high, arms spread like tearing space apart, unleashing a terrifying ultimate technique. Blood-red light burst from her, forming blazing slashes aimed at shattering Yi-hei's flame armor. The two powers clashed, detonating into shockwaves of red and blue that swept the space. As dust cleared, Yi-hei's colossal steel form emerged in ultimate evolution, throwing a thunderous punch, yet Gong Ji stood firm. She spun, uttering a sharp command, unleashing a red vortex that exploded into a devastating storm. Her icy strike pierced the armor like paper, splitting the giant's arm as steel shards scattered. He was shaken that his top-grade magic armor, once impregnable, was shredded like thin cloth. He saw her cold smile as her blazing form charged, her eyes stabbing into his mind like knives. Her voice rang sweet yet venomous, exposing the hidden core within his armor, filling him with dread at being uncovered. Gongji unleashed a blazing move with a mocking smile, forcing her disciple to reveal himself. A deep voice roared as the armored giant cracked, firing dense spikes. But Gongji stood unfazed. She twisted gracefully in the air, landing lightly like wind, bare feet marking the cold metal floor. Atop the armored giant, blue light gathered into a blinding annihilation sphere, enough to level a city. Yihei sneered, daring his master to cut through. Within the cold iron shell, he smirked faintly, convinced she couldn't withstand the imminent nuclear breath. At that moment, massive chains coiled around him like venomous serpents, trapping him in a death snare. A colossal sword descended, its light cleaving the night sky, weight like an inescapable judgment forcing him to the brink. On the verge of annihilation, he screamed Varuto's name, clinging to desperate hope. Instantly, a shadowy figure appeared, hair veiling half its face, a crimson rose radiating deathly aura that suffocated the space. Before the sword fell, the one with the red flower blocked it, strange light covering him, and a voice in his mind revealed it was an illusion to be broken by will. Without hesitation, he unleashed blazing red fists, shattering each fragment of the illusion realm, his killing intent tearing space apart. Shards of broken blades fell, reflecting memories, delusions, and pains binding the mind. When the phantom light vanished, Yihei slowly opened his blue eyes. He blinked repeatedly, unsure if it had been real or just a dream. Lying amid shattered crystal, he heard Gongji mocking, comparing his armor to a turtle shell, while his eyes still showed hesitation and unease. He softly called his master, sat up, bewildered at the crystal fragments. Realizing his protective shield had been brutally shattered beyond what a normal martial disciple could cause, Yihei looked up at her, gloomily asking if she had cheated. Gongji placed her hands on her hips, lips curling, denying it and claiming a fair victory. He questioned doubtfully, and she, sweating, reluctantly admitted she had overused strength, leaving him disappointed while she secretly watched his reaction. Feeling danger, she rushed over, pretending to cry pitifully, begging her little disciple not to leave, confessing no one had ever played with her like this. Startled, he jumped up in panic, trying to comfort her, but couldn't stop her tears streaming down. With teary eyes, she asked, trembling, if he truly wouldn't abandon her. He smiled sincerely, gaze firm, vowing he would never turn away after struggling so much to take her as master. Suddenly, she wiped her tears, hands on hips, loudly denying she ever cried, leaving him dumbfounded by her sudden cute shift. After a while, they went to the fridge for drinks. She opened a bottle, assessed his strength, and sternly asked what he wanted to learn. He answered firmly, eyes resolute, demanding to learn the advancement technique and the secret slash that destroyed his armor. Her eyes lit up as she opened a can with a pop, speaking lazily yet firmly that constant slashing would create the right feeling, leaving him frowning in confusion. She didn't explain yet, tilting her head, eyes glowing as she traced a faint but precise curve of light. Her voice spread through the space, revealing that every being or object had a weakness, an optimal cut line, and once found, everything could be destroyed with a single slash, which she called the annihilation cut. He swallowed hard, shaken, recalling Qianlong's brutal cleaver-like style, in stark contrast to his master's delicacy. In thought, he compared. Qianlong valued overwhelming force, while Gongji was like a surgical artist, precise to each cut. She drank again, saying if he wanted to learn he must be prepared, since without reaching the martial practitioner realm, he was unqualified to grasp many secret arts. Closing her eyes in thought, she asked if he knew the difference between martial disciple and martial practitioner. He lowered his head, hesitantly wanting her explanation. Gongji calmly said the core gap wasn't physical strength, but spirit. as martial practitioners possessed the crucial ability of inner observation. She recounted her path. Upon attaining inner observation, a martial practitioner could see acupoints and organs, reinforcing the body with martial qi to break physical limits. Yi-Hei was enlightened, eyes glowing, admiring his master's teaching and realizing his spirit had grown thanks to merging with the blood fiend and Varuto's power. She continued, saying his enhanced spirit would be a strong foundation for entering the martial practitioner stage. He then curiously asked how advancement techniques differed. Her lips curved slightly, gaze sharp, explaining techniques were ranked into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Below them was the lowest grade, No rank. Most martial practitioners simply accumulated blood energy and martial qi, then advanced using no-rank techniques, making up more than 80%. She drank again, saying in Hua Du, students could access starting techniques of Mystic or Yellow grade, far superior to normal. Yi-Hei frowned, resting his chin in thought, and asked about Heaven and Earth techniques. Gongji smiled mysteriously, eyes as if gazing at forbidden treasures, slowly saying most Heaven-grade techniques were lost classics or secrets found only in rare ruins. She pondered, noting Heaven-grade techniques were so rare fewer than 10 existed, with the Imperial Academy holding one, but he lacked the qualifications to touch it. A proud smile spread on her lips as she declared he could access an Earth-grade technique. He widened his eyes in shock and asked again. Instead of answering, she drew a dark red ancient scroll from her sleeve with 3 blood-etched words, Killing Heart Bodhi Sutra, declaring it was a technique she once cultivated and the foundation of fleshly body demon imprisonment. Her words ignited Yi-Hei's heart, his eyes blazing as he fervently expressed his desire to learn. She nodded, tossed the empty can into the bin, and coldly ordered immediate practice, forcing him to confront primal killing intent. In an instant, the scenery around him shifted violently in color. Bloody killing aura surrounded him, weighing on his body like an abyss, draining his breath, cold sweat pouring, chest suffocating, screams swallowed by the void. Gongji stood still, red eyes gleaming with pleasure, whispering chillingly about her obsession with diluted blood. The scene shifted again, revealing a city suspended among clouds, bathed in mystical blue light from a distant planet, beautiful like a dreamlike paradise. At dusk after class, Chuzhou quietly walked along fan-shaped tiles, his steps slow and indifferent. He looked up, called to Yi-Hei ahead, asking about enrollment and hearing he had taken a master. But before finishing, he froze as Yi-Hei turned into a storm, swinging a colossal blade that slashed space with crushing might. Instinct drove Chuzhou to draw his weapon, while Yi-He growled low, scarlet blade aura surging with killing intent, eyes void and feral like a reborn demon. At that moment, he snapped awake, murmuring apologies, admitting he had lost control. Sweat poured from Chuzhou, still shaken, staring at his friend with trembling disbelief. Before he could ask, Yi-He turned away, countless souls crushed beneath his feet, black blood staining the land red, his gaze piercing the night as he questioned what he had just gone through. The scene rewound to hours earlier, the ground transforming into a vast sea of blood, dense killing intent blanketing all. From the center, hordes of red-eyed zombies burst out, charging like bloodthirsty beasts. Gongji's voice echoed in his mind, forbidding him to use any power except the broken blade. Facing the monster tide, Yi-He sweated and clenched his teeth, doubting if the shattered weapon was enough. She coldly instructed further, demanding he feel each slash through flesh and bone, forging muscle memory to form the most precise killing line. He inhaled deeply, eyes flashing with resolve, grasping the meaning and accepting the trial. With blade resounding, he rushed into the zombies, each strike decisive, tearing bodies apart, black blood spraying as his sword danced a cold death waltz. From afar, Gongji observed, her eyes shining with surprise, whispering admiration. She admitted this training was so dangerous no ordinary person could endure, and without Yi-Hei's strong spirit, he would have long been lost. Seeing his sharp blue eyes, only the word past echoed in her mind. making her sigh in praise and trust his future brilliance. At Yihei's apartment, warm light glowed on the sofa, silence broken only by water flowing in the bathroom. He soaked in a hot tub, green cloth over his eyes, a rubber duck floating nearby. He sighed that the first day had exhausted him, truly fearing the reputation of University Number 1. His phone on the shelf buzzed non-stop, showing Liu Qingju. He answered, her clear, teasing voice coming through. In Liu Qingju's bedroom, black hair spread on a soft bed, yellow nightgown hugging her fair skin. She held the phone while swinging her legs, listening to Yihei greet her. She smiled, rolled onto her stomach, reporting her mother had sent what he needed and asked him to thank her. Thanks to him, she topped freshman training, making him smile and promise to come by the dorm later. Liu Qingju blushed, hurriedly waving off his visit, suggesting she'd send the item by drone to avoid meeting directly. She adjusted her hair, hiding fluster, then proudly shared she was accepted as disciple by Dean Bai, curiously asking whom Yihei followed. Sinking in the hot water, he thought not to reveal rejecting 5 deans, then faked mumbling noises. On the other end, Qingju was confused. Time passed. The first semester neared its end with upheavals. Aoyang Jia's group founded Dragon Blood Society, swiftly seizing resources and power in the South dorms. But after military training, Dragon Blood Society clashed with local students, and a string of defeats shook their prestige. In that moment, the name Song Jianhui shone as national top scorer with overwhelming strength, praised by Vice Dean Hong Sheng as a seed martial practitioner of the nation. In contrast, Yihei vanished completely for 3 months, his whereabouts unknown. In a high-tech underground training room, urgent shouts pushed relentlessly. Yihei, shirtless and sweating, muscles bulging as he did push-ups under pressure, while Gongji stood on his back, channeling pure martial chi and Bodhi-killing heart into him. She said it both reinforced his realm and was a favor of feeling her feet, making him grit his teeth in resentment. Cursing inside, sweat pouring as if carrying a mountain and burning alive from within. Gongji saw him exhausted and teased with a faint smile that he hadn't even reached 1,000 yet. Yihei grew angry, pushed harder, his body exploding with power, each push-up echoing like thunder. Gongji also exerted strength, eyes flashing, aura fierce, shouting to drive him stronger. The rapid count pounded in Yihei's head, sweat dripping, eyes wild, teeth grinding with growls. At the 1,000th push, the ground shook as crimson power burst out, flinging Gongji away. In the light, Yihei's body transformed, impurities expelled, pain mingling with ecstasy. Perfected muscles emerged, his form radiating pure martial chi, leaving him astonished. Gongji blushed, covering her eyes while peeking, realizing he was naked. Yihei scolded her in embarrassment. They fell silent. Then he decided to leave after 3 months of confinement, yearning to return to sunlight. Gongji clenched her hands, eyes wet, softly asking through choked voice if he would come back. He smiled, firmly promised to return, and told her to practice gaming. She pouted and denied shyly. After 3 dark months, Yihei stepped into the radiant city, looking up at the blue sky, nostalgic for the sun. The world outside had changed, noisy and unfamiliar, and he vowed not only to return, but also to bear great responsibility. At Huadu Academy, beyond academic exams were life-and-death missions against criminals and anomalies. Yihei resolved to face them, heading straight to the activity center. Beneath golden sunlight, the Grand Student Center stood. Yihei strode the stone path steadily, greeting his old friend Chuzhou. Chuzhou, neat and glowing, happily welcomed Yihei, scolding him for making him wait too long. They talked, Chuzhou boasting of his breakthrough, yet Yihei's calmness weighed on him, making him doubt if he could keep up. Chuzhou recalled the underground duel hosted by Ouyang Jia, where he had lost swiftly to Song Jianhui. Realizing Song Jianhui hadn't gone all out, Chuzhou thought of Yihei, immediately convinced Song couldn't match him either. An apology sounded, cutting his thoughts short. Qingju ran up, panting but smiling brightly, apologizing for being late. Yi-he narrowed his eyes with a grin, asking if there was someone else, making Qingju repeat in confusion. Caught by his gaze, her cheeks flushed as she recalled her mother's advice to act like his lover, her heart racing wildly. Her odd behavior left Yi-he puzzled, wondering why she hadn't greeted him after so long apart. Qingju, frustrated, turned and left with a sulky remark, leaving him baffled. By evening, the three entered the activity center, where giant screens displayed mission news and student rankings, sparking lively discussions. Chuzhou declared he had exceeded mission quotas, then suggested forming a team with Yi-he. Qingju pointed to 3 missions: a murder in Hengcheng, a beast tied at Liancheng, and an anomaly at Lin Shui, explaining the difficulty rose step by step. She reminded them that the only time she had done a level 2 mission was with a team of 10, and for 3 freshmen like them, it was nearly impossible. Yi-he smiled, pulling out the privilege card from Gongji, allowing him to take any mission except the 2 dangerous level 4 and 5. Qingju curiously asked about the card's origin, but he evaded. Chuzhou quickly changed the subject, asking which mission to choose. Yi-he analyzed that the first 2 missions had little value. Only Lin Shui was worth the challenge. He decisively chose the hard path. Chuzhou agreed. Qingju firmly followed, and the 3 immediately registered for a level 3 mission at the reception desk. The receptionist was shocked, scolding them as reckless for taking a mission that had wiped out an entire level 2 team before. Yi-he calmly presented the red black-edged card, instantly changing the receptionist's attitude. The receptionist carefully held the card and contacted superiors to verify its legitimacy. After confirmation, the receptionist returned the card, wished them luck, and teasingly remarked on Yi-he's rebellious look. The 3 left the square, but he split off to prepare some things before heading to Lin Shui. The Institute of Machinery and Arcane Tools loomed, like a silent giant metallic face under the sun. Yi-he passed through the identity scanner, the cold machine voice granting him clearance. In a room glowing with data, the dean stood before floating weapons, listening to Yi-he request his first rank reward, then nodding with praise. He introduced a 1.2-meter-long blade, deep black steel inlaid with refined alloy, conducting martial keys superbly, worthy of a divine weapon. Yi-he gripped it, feeling the serrated patterns adding weight, each slash carrying terrifying force. He swung the blade, the steel cutting wind, leaving a trail of icy blue light. The handle wrapped in black leather with silver threads fit firmly, aiding smooth chi circulation, harmonizing with the metal element. Each of his movements made blue light roar, sending chills through bystanders. The dean nodded, while he admired how the blade fit despite his body's breakthrough after 3 months. He stepped out praising the craftsmanship. The dean smiled confidently, warning not to tell Gongji. Scene shifted to early morning in Lin Shui, an electric car slowly crossing the forest under golden sunlight. The 3 carried luggage into the town, Yi-he sternly reminding them to keep the mission secret, posing as interns. He deployed life sense over the whole town, yet still felt uneasy, knowing enemies good at hiding were the true challenge. Chuzhou calmly suggested they first check their lodging. A green tricycle stopped, the driver warmly offering a ride, but the 3 only exchanged silent glances. Yi-he pressed his lips, eyes flashing, silently confirming the mission had begun. On the dusty village road, the driver chatted while Yi-he pretended to be a Lin Shui local bringing friends home. The driver grew suspicious, probing about family, his tone testing. He answered that his grandfather was Yi Shou-rong, now deceased. With this prepared detail, he passed the interrogation. The driver laughed, praising that remembering one's roots would bring luck. The vehicle stopped at Huadu's assembly point, and the group unloaded their luggage. The driver reminded them to join the Triennial Festival, promising to come call them if they didn't show up. Entering the house, the old gate reeked of mold, overgrown weeds and thick dust making the scene chilling. Yi-he spoke coldly, stomping the floor and declaring he would handle the cleanup. Blue energy swept everything away instantly, shocking his teammates. He casually called it the fastest method. The group divided tasks. Chucho set up surveillance cameras. Ching-ju inspected the rooms. She suddenly called urgently, reporting a strange discovery. He rushed over to ask what she found. She pointed at a statue covered in red cloth in the corner, face heavy. He noticed it had been placed recently, not originally part of the house. Checking the fresh wood despite the abandoned house, Chujo felt chills and suggested destroying it immediately. Ching-ju stopped him, arguing the statue could be a clue needing close inspection. Yihei agreed. She flared up, scolding him as a traitor, while he quietly channeled blue energy into his hand. Ching-ju decided to pull the cloth to see the face beneath before destroying it. The fabric slid off, revealing blazing purple eyes on a twisted, deformed face. Yihei instantly pulled her back, warning of danger and ordering Chucho to destroy the statue. Chucho charged forward, swinging his glowing blue sword down hard. The slash tore through the darkness, blue light shining with a chilling screech, but the result left all three stunned. The statue oozed thick black liquid, dripping heavily onto the floor, terrifying Ching-ju. Yi-hee's icy eyes saw it trying to escape, and he locked onto the target, gripping his blade tight. A silver creature appeared, veined with blazing red patterns, eyes burning with fierce aura. It launched a flaming punch straight into the black substance from the statue. A thunderous explosion rang, the shadow shrieked, revealing dozens of sharp-toothed mouths in the smoke. Yihei coldly ordered, and Chucho immediately formed a blue energy cage sealing everything. Ching-ju trembled, eyes wide, gasping in terror. Yihei placed his hand on her shoulder, channeling energy to calm her while probing the strange aura around her. He confirmed she was infected by spiritual force and quickly neutralized it with pure martial ki. Warmth spread through her, easing her fear. He looked at the ice trapping the monster, smiling with sinister confidence. Yihei concluded the Lin Shui anomaly was tied to demon sludge, assigned his teammates to guard, then left, heading toward the mark he placed on the tricycle driver to close the net. Morning freshness covered the mountain slopes, white clouds circling Jinshan Temple towering in the forest. A monk in red robes stepped out of the temple gate. He bowed to the tricycle driver, saying Fang Wen was waiting inside the hall. The man nodded happily and followed the monk inside. A narrow stone corridor led deep into the mountain, the light dimming until a vast space opened. In the dark hall, two giant guardian statues stood, with a metal door inlaid with golden talismans glowing strangely at the center. The monk pressed his palms respectfully, reporting that the chosen one had arrived for blessing and also had something to present. From behind the door, a deep voice questioned the reason for his sudden appearance. The monk's green eyes flashed with icy light, sensing warily that another presence was hiding nearby. In an instant, his body turned into a black-scaled beast with sharp teeth, surging green smoke erupting violently. The old man beside him was stunned, kneeling in worship, trembling and praising a deity's descent. But a powerful kick smashed into the beast's body, shattering it as black blood splattered everywhere. Yihei landed lightly, mocking that luckily Varudo set up isolation, or else his clothes would be too stained to wash. The old man looked up, terrified yet recognizing Yihei as one of the Yi family. Suddenly, the two guardian statues on either side began to move. Grating stone sounds rose, eye sockets glowing red, oppressive aura crushing the space. Yihei only smiled coldly in response. Both statues struck down their weapons, golden spirals surging straight toward him. Giant Varudo manifested to block, while Yihei remained calm, icy eyes watching as if all attacks were mere breezes. The two demon statues roared, ferocious faces spewing scorching smoke. Massive hands gripped weapons, golden light shining down, tips aimed at him. His small figure sank in shadow, but his lips curved instead of dodging. Blue light flashed from his ring, hidden energy spreading quietly into the void. He drew his colossal blade, voice commanding as he unleashed the move essence-slaying blade. The scabbard burst open, metallic resonance shaking the space. A blazing red slash tore the sky, crushing a giant arm, its shockwaves shaking the heavens. Two golden Buddha statues appeared in solemn silence. Fierce red beams shot from their eye sockets, sharp as spears. Yi-Hei sneered, evading the beams with ease, his figure flickering like wind, leaving trails of destruction. Spinning in midair, he mocked softly, saying he wanted to see the secrets inside the statues. His blade descended, blue sparks flying, metal armor cracking, and the laser beams severed. Not far away, the old man froze, unable to cry out before being cut down by the light. The corpse fell. The Buddha statue collapsed into mechanical wreckage, wires sparking as the brutal battle scarred the hall. From the start, Yi-He had noticed no life force emanated from the Guardians. He wondered, if they weren't living beings, how could such refined technology exist in this small town? Curiosity rose as his eyes fixed on the golden door, intricately carved and pieced from countless fine parts. He gripped his weapon, thinking all secrets might lie behind it, then signaled Varudo to politely open the way. Varudo roared, storming forward and slamming a blazing fist into the door. An explosion erupted, metal engulfed by light. The door shattered, golden fragments falling as dust clouds swallowed vision. Yi-Hei stepped across the rubble, each heavy step marking the space. He looked up, exclaiming in awe at the scene revealed. A vast underground hall appeared, a golden Buddha statue towering, making Yi-He seem like dust. He half praised, half mocked, calling the one hiding in the shadows to show themselves. Footsteps echoed softly behind a pillar. A monk in red-blue robes emerged, eyes calm, voice gently reproachful, yet filled with sorrow. Yi-Hei gritted his weapon, mocking them as machines disguised as humans. He instantly struck, his blade tearing the monk apart to reveal cold metal inside. Another abbot appeared behind the golden statue, accusing him of slaughter. Just as Yi-Hei was about to attack again, the ground suddenly shook. The entire hall collapsed, sucking him into a pit over 20 meters deep. The stone walls opened 18 tunnels. Glowing green eyes lit up like hell unleashed. Mechanical Keelan beasts poured out, exuding artificial aura. Yi-Hei sneered at their swarm tactics. He roared and unleashed Shura 3 swords, sword energy surging like a tidal wave. The blood-red sky stone slash erupted, forming a 30-meter crescent blade sweeping all space. Countless machines were torn apart, spraying green fluid everywhere. The blood-colored sword energy continued wiping them out, leaving no escape. Yi-Hei sneered that a Buddhist shrine hid monsters beneath. Endless enemies were crushed like insects. After 10 minutes of slaughter, he stood proudly among metal corpses, spotless and untainted. Suddenly, a headless monk machine still emitted soulless accusations. Yi-Hei grabbed the machine's head, mocking its repeated recording, demanding the real hidden master. He scanned the silent void with arrogance until sudden explosions erupted behind him. Ear-splitting gear noises came from the giant Buddha statue. Thin smoke rose, 108 beads floated red, revealed as electronic weapons. The statue's shoulders opened, exposing rocket jet engines. Green flames roared as the giant statue slowly stood, stunning him with its lifelike motion. The massive hand lifted, turbo systems glowing. A machine voice warned of samsara. The hand slammed down like a collapsing mountain, lightning engulfing Yi-Hei's position. He stood proudly under the giant shadow, eyes blazing, roaring in fury. A nuclear energy burst erupted from his body, clashing head-on with the strike. The statue malfunctioned. Alarms blaring, energy overload, right arm melting, system failing. The controller behind the statue shouted in horror. Yi-Hei, in Godzilla-like eruption, raised his head with contempt and arrogance. He unleashed a colossal punch, sparks flying, 3 shockwaves blasting between his fist and the statue's head. Half the statue's face tore apart, steel frame exposed, sparks spraying wildly. Yi-He grabbed the statue's head and crushed it with metallic roars. He smirked, vowing to break more pieces as a gift of strength. Then came a storm of relentless punches raining down. The golden shell shattered, machinery wrecked, alarms howled as he crazily smashed it apart. The statue's eyes flashed blankly, beads exploded, a shockwave blasted the hall. Cold voice echoing. Hundreds of beads launched as beams, bombarding fiercely with earth-shaking explosions. For a moment, the Buddha statue shuddered in fear, wondering what monster it faced. In the smoke, Yi-hei's mocking laugh rang out, scorning hot weapons as useless against martial artists. The statue roared darkly, threatening to redeem its enemy. Its giant metal body was instantly pierced by dense energy spikes. Yi-hei gathered power, unleashed meteor transformation, while the statue's mouth spewed a massive energy sphere. He sneered, declaring the metal monk should vanish, its mechanical model destroyed. When the dust cleared, a huge green platform and a deep pit were revealed, leaving him whispering in surprise. He scornfully concluded it was all madness from a deranged scientist. A secret passage opened before him, and he muttered about descending into that demon's den. The story rewound 30 minutes, showing two figures watching the battle on a screen. The man with glasses reported the Bodhisattva mech destroyed, but claimed the gate would stop him. He bragged of a clone army capable of exhausting even masters, using the chance to clear inventory. Seconds later, the screen showed Yi-hei standing tall among clone corpses, blood everywhere. The man with glasses stammered reassurance, praising the Grand Armor Buddha as an ace stronger than a lord, let alone one fighter. But instantly, the screen revealed the mech already destroyed. The two froze. The man with glasses stuttered excuses, while the old doctor raged and threatened to burn him alive. Fong felt turmoil inside, as if his life's work had been flattened by the enemy. He gritted his teeth and ordered self-destruction, revealing himself as a former Prometheus Institute researcher secretly serving Lei Xianiao. That group had rooted in Lin Shui 10 years ago, replacing Jinshan temple monks and controlling villagers through blind faith. Under the guise of blessings, they turned villagers into experiments, harvesting priceless biological data. Now the base had to be abandoned. Before planning further, a massive energy beam struck down from the sky. Yi-hei landed in the middle of the research chamber. He smiled coldly, called the abbot's name, and blocked his escape. The man with glasses panicked, ordering guards to protect him as armed fighters rushed like beasts. In an instant, Yi-hei crushed them all, their bodies broken as he calmly advanced on Fong. The old man forced calm, hoarse voice begging for peace, though his hidden hand trembled violently. In his mind, he planned to press the watch to trigger a planted biobomb, but Yi-hei caught his wrist, forcing it down, drawing a scream of agony. Without hesitation, Yi-hei lifted him by the neck like a chicken. Fong thrashed desperately, face purple, eyes bulging, both pitiful and ridiculous. Yi-hei coldly released him, letting him drop, gasping like a man barely spared. Bending down, Yi-hei demanded the full truth about what happened in Lin Shui. Fong sweated heavily, trembling with shrill cries like a cat's scream. In the bunker, Yi-hei's cold eyes pressed him. Did he kill 3 young martial artists? And what exactly was the scheme here? Fong laughed nervously, revealing a brain implant that would trigger a bomb if he exposed secrets. He bit a hidden poison pill, foaming at the mouth and convulsing violently. Before dying, he whispered of relief. Yi-hei mocked that Lei Xianiao's people were all reckless fanatics. Alarms blared as Fong's heart stopped, triggering the self-destruct system. Yi-hei smirked, summoned the blood-sucking demon, sneering that even death could not free him. The monster's arm pierced straight through Fong's throat. His heart, thought dead, beat weakly again. Yi-hei pondered corpse mutation, noting most became mindless, with rare exceptions. Combined with elemental power, Fong's body began violently transforming. His false eye fell, skin renewed, aging features vanished. He became a strong, middle-aged man. Kneeling and calling Yi-hei master, Yihei exulted at creating a perfect servant, retaining memory, rapid recovery, immune to sunlight, utterly loyal, laughing wildly. He named him Mad Doctor, erasing the past and forcing obedience. Fong bowed, mental link nullifying the surveillance implant. Yi He's eyes flashed as he declared his intent to investigate the city's infiltration. Energy surged, projecting Fong's memories into illusion before his eyes. In memory, Fong scolded the man with glasses for slacking. The man chewed a human hand, apologizing for hunger. At a table full of human flesh, Fong complained it was hard to chew, while Xiao Liu bragged it was a tribute and that 3 strangers were slaughtered. In another scene, he dozed off inside the Buddha hall, seemingly careless. Villagers lay in a trance as if hypnotized. Fong was uneasy, while Xiao Liu naively said, "Sleep is instinct." In a dark room, a man knelt before a grotesque Buddha statue, chanting Heavenly Kingdom Descent, like possessed. Mysterious numbers appeared on Fong's arm, making him tremble in terror. Upon entering the system, an internal company file code appeared. He panicked, screaming, "Memories altered," realizing he was only a lab rat. After probing deeper, he discovered he himself had left a code to awaken, forcing him to face the horror. The raw flesh ritual was human flesh. Heavenly Kingdom Descent was nothing but a cover for filth worse than garbage. Yihei sneered bitterly, calling the so-called divinity nothing but sewer stench. Fong nodded hoarsely, admitting Lei Shanyao's base was later seized by an evil cult that turned villagers into puppets. Yihei coldly demanded about the 3 missing martial artists from Hua Dusenzada, Qingju, and Chuzhou revealed as their prey. Fong sighed heavily, confessing 8 years of control over Lin Shui, with Jinshan Temple base perfected and biochemical modification ready for mass production. He declared the new era would replace martial artists with biomech beings, then mentioned an anomaly erupting in Lin Shui last year that he personally investigated. With scientific reason, Fong once briefly recalled true memories, but was ultimately dissolved into the alien will. Dr. Fong despaired as the Jinshan Temple base was utterly destroyed, leaving no escape or resistance. Immediately after his words, the screen displayed a cold warning forbidding disclosure. The Lin Shui anomaly had 4 stages: cannibalism, deep sleep, idol worship, and finally mass sleepwalking. Each marked deeper spiritual invasion. Mass sleepwalking meant humans fully became nourishment for the alien will. Fong bitterly admitted they, though inhuman, were nothing compared to the cult, which sacrificed an entire city, using a demon womb from the ruins to drain Lin Shui's people. Yihei added that the demon womb would mature exactly 2 nights from now. He recalled the tricycle old man cheerfully mentioning a triennial festival set for 2 days later. Realizing the connection, Yihei smiled, noting that the seemingly foolish man had unwittingly revealed a crucial clue.